Good morning, everyone. So today we will be starting our current affairs. So we are going to complete current affairs from Monday to Sunday. Okay, every week you will be having current affair class. Yeah, where we are going to discuss important editorials and important news, and we are going to correlate it with other topics also. Yeah. So IR and history will be taken by me, and other subjects will be taken by respective faculties. Yeah. So first of all, what are the newspapers that you need to go through? Hindu and Indian Express. Only these two newspapers. Now, so the first topic which was there in the news, so it is related to the nuclear disaster. As we know that the conflict between Iran and Israel, then the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So this wonderful editorial is written by Sayyid Akbaruddin. Okay, so as you can see here, that targeting nuclear plants in Iran and Ukraine, that is playing with fire. Yeah, so we can say that the modern world is not about the wars, it is about the peace negotiation today. And the biggest target which can be seen here are nuclear sites or nuclear plants. Clear? If these plants are attacked, it results into the spread of radiation. Spread of radiation. So how to read this editorial, how it is important for your examination. So first of all, we need to understand the issue. Clear? Like as we have seen in Ukraine as well as Iran-Israel war also, that civil nuclear power plants are being targeted. Clear? So which is also called as, this has now become the strategic military targets in active conflict zones. Clear? For example, and this is not only the first time, it was already there in Iraq also. Iran did same thing, then Iraq also, then Syria also. Israel did same thing in Syria also. As you can see here, various examples. Israel strikes on Iranian nuclear sites like Fordo, which was there in the newspaper also recently. Clear? So even the same scenario was being seen in military operations in Ukraine, and that nuclear plant was Zaporizhia. So as you can see here, these images, so these are the nuclear sites of Iran. Clear? Fordo, Nands, then Isfahan, all these are important nuclear sites of Iran. Then this is the important nuclear site which was attacked by Russia in Ukraine. Clear? Now this site is near to Crimea. Now with respect to your examination prelims, location of Black Sea and the neighboring countries, okay, surrounding countries of Black Sea. Clear? Now, so this is the most important issue. So first of all, what is the issue here? Sabhi ke paas workbook hoga. So write down the issue that civil nuclear power plants are being targeted. Clear? Now nuclear power today, it is not as a Cold War weapon, but it is as a energy source. Clear? This is how you are going to write in mains examination. Clear? You can just mention nuclear power plants are not Cold War weapon, but source of energy. Clear? So this is the most important scenario here. Then there are examples also. What are the examples? Like Israel attacked in Iran. Clear? In the issue, you can mention the example. Israel attacked Iran, nuclear sites. Clear? Israel attacked Iran, nuclear sites. Clear? Another example, if you want to give from the perspective of Israel, Israel also bombed Oziraq nuclear reactor site in Iraq in 1981 in the Operation Opera. Clear? So Israel also attacked Oziraq. which was in Iraq. So this was in the Operation Opera. Clear? Now, which operation of Israel is going on in Iran? Rising Lion. है ना? Operation Rising Lion. Clear? So these operations are also important from the perspective of prelims. Clear, everyone? As you can see here in your workbook, there is a column for prelims also. So you can just mention there Operation Opera, Operation Rising Lion. Clear? Clear? So why is this dangerous? Because one radiation leak can cause harm to the civilian region. Clear? So as we have seen already, this incident during the time period of Second World War, nuclear attack on atom bomb on Japan. Clear, everyone? So this was it. Now what are the core features? Second subhead, which is there in your workbook also, what are the core features of this issue? First core feature here is erosion of nuclear restraint norms. Okay. Now, what does it mean? Can we say that all the countries are targeting the nuclear sites? So which shows that the weakening of international law. Clear? Weakening of international law. That international laws are unable to protect these targets. Clear, everyone? So weakening of international law. Clear? Then you can give various examples from the perspective of mains also. Mains like Oziraq, site of Iraq, which was attacked by Israel in 1981. Then you can give recent example, Fordo, site of Iran attacked by Israel in 2025. Clear? This is how you have to read newspaper for your mains. Clear? Second is legal framework under strain. Is there any legal framework with respect to this nuclear disaster? This year in UPSC examination, in prelims, they have asked about article number 66 with respect to Environment Convention. So with respect to legal framework of nuclear disaster, you can mention article 56 of what? Of Geneva Protocol. Clear? Article 56 of Geneva Protocol. This article number 56, Geneva Protocol. Clear? And this protocol came in 1977. Clear? This protocol came in 1977. So this protocol prohibits these civilian nuclear facility attacks. Clear? This prohibits civilian nuclear facility attack. This much is clear to all of you? So there is one protocol. That means when you are writing any point, so you have to give some facts also. That yes, we have this international law. Clear? Now, third thing is risk to global energy security. Now, what are the risks which are associated with energy security? Now, today, nuclear power is used for electricity generation also. Electricity generation. It is used for electricity generation. So because of this, in the age of climate urgency, nuclear energy is crucial. Clear? And that is why if there are attacks on nuclear side, that can risk the global energy security as well. This much is clear to all of you. So this is important for the electricity generation. Then another point, another core feature of this issue, geopolitical double standards. Now, what is geopolitical double standard? Israel is saying that we are doing attacks for the self-defense, so that Iran should not attack on us. Clear? So this shows the double standards. This part is clear to all of you. On one hand, US is saying that we should not attack on any nuclear sites. On the other hand, United States of America itself supporting Israel to attack Iran nuclear sites. So this shows what? Geopolitical double standards. This part is clear to all of you. Then the last point. This is a challenge to global non-proliferation regime. That is, there is one treaty which is called as NPT, Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Clear? So this is a challenge to global non-proliferation regime. Now, if protected sites, now try to understand that if protected sites can be attacked, countries may lose faith in international treaties like NPT. Clear? So now no new countries they are going to join these treaties, because if we join these treaties, then also our sites are not protected by the powers. This much is clear to all of you. So these are some core features of this issue. Clear? So write down geopolitical double standards. First point लिख लीजिएगा. In the age of climate change, Israel justifies its strike. Israel justifies its strike under preventive self-defense. Under preventive self-defense. Under preventive self-defense. Clear, everyone? Under preventive self-defense. One is, see, for example, NPT says that the country should not use nuclear for or uranium enrichment for the weapon grade level. Clear? So if that country is going to use the uranium for weapon grade level, then in that case, countries, what they are going to do? Economic sanctions. Clear? The same sanctions were there on Iran also by the United States of America. Clear? And see, this was mentioned by whom? This was monitored by the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, mentioned that Iran jo hai, they are doing uranium enrichment up to the weapon grade level. That is why Obama brought one deal called as JCPOA. Clear? JCPOA, Joint Committee on Point of Action plan एक था, but Trump ने क्या किया? Trump withdrew from this. Clear? Trump withdrew from this, and now again in 2025, Trump is saying that Iran can do uranium enrichment. Now Iran is also saying we have to do uranium enrichment till 2030. Clear? Why? For energy generation. Clear? But Iran, अभी मैं आपको बताऊंगा अब ईरान क्यों एनरिच करेगा, उसके पीछे क्या है? उसके पीछे रीजन है नॉर्थ कोरिया, because North Korea is already doing uranium enrichment. They have developed the nuclear weapons, which is one of the biggest hurdle for United States of America. Then second example is Ukraine. NATO said after 1991, after the disintegration of USSR, NATO said that we are going to protect the Ukraine. But what happened? Ukraine, they have dismantled their nuclear weapons. After that only Russia started invading or creating trouble for Ukraine. And Ukraine is not protected by NATO powers against Russia. Clear? In this scenario, so all these scenarios, because of this, Iran had a fear that in future, United States of America as well as Israel, they can also attack on us. That is why we need to prepare with nuclear weapon. Clear? This is the main reason. समझ में आ रहा है? Now, तो अब यहां पे you can connect it with the Iran and Israel issue with India and Pakistan also. Why India and Pakistan, they have developed nuclear weapons? 1964, China has developed nuclear weapons. Since then only India decided to make nuclear weapons. So in 1974, Smiling Buddha. Then in 1998, India became nuclear state, and the moment India became nuclear state, Pakistan also developed nuclear state because of fear. This part is clear to all of you. So same case here also, है ना? This much is clear to all of you. Now, third subhead in your workbook is brief background for India's engagement on this issue. Now, first thing is India-Pakistan Agreement or Nuclear Installation 1988. And second, India's position we are going to discuss. You can draw this chart in your workbook. India-Pakistan Agreement or Nuclear Installations, 1988. Clear? Now, let me tell you that since 1991, India and Pakistan, they are following a nuclear agreement. Now, what is that agreement? Both the countries, they have decided that on 1st of January, every year on 1st of January, we are going to share the list of the civilian nuclear sites so that both the countries should not attack on these sites. This agreement was signed. This agreement was brought in 1988 but signed in 1991. Clear agreement? Clear everyone? So write down, you can write down. This came into effect in 1991. Both the countries exchange list manually. Both the countries exchange list manually. On which date? 1st of January. And in this agreement, what they agreed? They agreed not to target each other's nuclear facilities. You can just write down. They agreed not to target each other's nuclear facilities. Clear? That is why Syed Akbaruddin, who is the former UN envoy, he mentioned that enemies should respect this red line. They should not cross this red line. Clear? So you can just mention there. Enemies should respect this red line. Should respect this red line. Clear? Now, what is India's position? What is the doctrine of nuclear policy of India? We are peaceful use, no first use policy. Clear? Agar koi use karega, then we are going to use. Clear? So India's position is peaceful use. No first use policy. No first use. Clear? And India also wants that there should be non-discriminatory nuclear global policy. Clear? When on one hand US says that countries should not develop nuclear weapons, so on the other hand US should also follow this. Clear everyone? So write down, India supports non-discriminatory global nuclear governance. Global nuclear governance. Now, whether India is a signatory of NPT, if India will sign NPT, then India won't be able to develop nuclear weapons. So India did not sign NPT. But India adhere global nuclear norms. Clear everyone? You can just mention India is not a signatory of NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty. Clear everyone? Mains के perspective से समझ में आ गया ये article? Clear? Now, in mains examination, you have to give the views of experts also. है ना? Now, first, Kanti Bajpayee, an important scholar on nuclear infrastructure. Kanti Bajpayee. He is one of the greatest IR scholar. है ना? And second, Rajiv Nayan, a member of IDSA. IDSA today it is called as Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense, Foreign Policy Think Tank. Clear? IDSA. Clear? So, Kanti Bajpayee mentioned that the global nuclear norms are weakening. You can just mention. He said that weakening norms around nuclear security, and that is a danger for global governance. Clear? Then Rajiv Nayan. Clear? Rajiv Nayan, just write down their name because these PPTs will be uploaded for you. Clear? So Rajiv Nayan, he emphasized on India's cautious nuclear diplomacy. Now he mentioned, especially with Pakistan, that we need, or India need to act responsibly. This much is clear to all of you. So there is a need for responsible behavior. Then you can give the perspective of IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency. They again and again, since 1981 only, they are condemning the attacks on nuclear sites. But इनके जो rules है, their rules are not binding. This much is clear to all of you. So that is why they said that these actions are threat to international peace and safety. But who is going to decide this safety? Again, superpowers. United States of America. Clear? Then climate change economics का क्या कहना है? They view nuclear energy as important for net zero and energy transitions. In the age where global warming, these things are there. So during this period, energy security is very important. And in this scenario, this you can say nuclear energy is important with respect to climate change program. Clear? So these are also important for climate change goals. Now next, why this issue matters for India. So these are some important goals of India. है ना? Energy first, energy and climate change goals. So what is the goal of India? Net zero and energy transition. So India wants to use this nuclear energy as a responsible and use for energy or electricity generation. This is the vision of India. Clear? So you can write down energy and climate goals. And then development and industry also. So as you can see here, what is the aim of India? India aims for 100 gigawatt nuclear capacity, है ना? By 2047. अभी कितना चल रहा है? 8 gigawatt. This much is clear to all of you. Then nuclear is a key to meet net zero by 2070. So these are some important goals. Then these are also important for development and industry. How? Like for example, there is a high demand of base load power for industries. Clear? Then AI driven economy, rural electrification. अब इतनी ज्यादा तो water resources को हम नहीं use करेंगे. That is why we are going to use nuclear energy. This much is clear to all of you. Then geopolitical responsibility. So India already act as a responsible you can say responsible country in global scenario. So India's responsibility with respect to nuclear posture, which makes India an important voice for global nuclear norms, or you can say stronger global norms. Clear? Then last thing is national security. Now, if norms erosion spreads, even India's peaceful facilities also vulnerable in future conflicts. Like recently what happened when Operation Sindoor started. So India attacked on the nuclear facility of Pakistan, Kirana region. And then Trump came that we are going to broker the peace deal, because that Kirana facility of Pakistan was managed by United States of America. The same case also, the moment yesterday itself, there was in the news that Iran has attacked the US base in Qatar. And then Iran has now Iran is also planning to attack in Syria, US base. So the moment Iran has attacked US base, again Trump came and he asked for ceasefire deal. Clear? Now you can connect these two events, Operation Sindoor as well as Israel and Iran conflict. Clear everyone? Now, what is the government's approach, schemes and policy? Now, there are some legislative reforms, then institutional safeguards are here, as well as strategic doctrine. Now, first of all, what are or you can say legislative reforms? How many of you have gone through the budget of this year 24 to 25? In that budget, our minister, they have announced to amend Atomic Energy Act of 1962 and Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act 2010. किसी को पता है कि ये दोनों एक्ट क्या है? Now this Atomic Energy Act of 1962, This prohibit the attacks on civilian nuclear sites. Clear? You can write down this Atomic Energy Act of 1962. Atomic Energy Act of 1962. अच्छा, पहली चीज, why nuclear power, why nuclear facilities are getting hyped? एक चीज बस इमेजिन करो, when fire was discovered, fire was used for light, for cooking the food, but people, they have not decided to burn the home of other people, है ना? So there are negative impacts also. Same case with nuclear also. Nuclear energy helps in energy generation, electricity, clear? Then medical equipments also, clear? But the world has not decided to use this for destruction of weapon grade system. Clear, everyone? Same case with this also. So that nuclear power should not be used for weapon grade. That is why this act came in 1962. Clear? So write down this act. So what is Atomic Energy Act of 1962? It is the rule book of atomic energy in India. Clear? It is the rule book. लिख लीजिएगा. It is the rule book that how to use safely nuclear power. How to use safely nuclear power, especially for peaceful purpose. Especially for peaceful purpose. Examples you can mention: electricity, medicine, etc. Clear? Acha, what are the key features of this act? Any idea? What are the key features? What are the key features of this act? The first important feature here is central government will be having full control. अब ये लाइन पूछी जाती है प्रीलिम्स पे. क्लियर? फिर स्टूडेंट बोलते हैं कि हमने तो ये पढ़ा ही नहीं है ना? You have to decode each and every word of newspaper. Central government has full control. You can just mention. इसका मतलब क्या है? Only central government can carry out the nuclear related activities, even not state government. Clear? Only center is allowed to carry out nuclear related activities. Clear? Clear? Why central government? Because it involves national security. Clear? Why? वहीं पे लिख लेना. Why? Because it involves national security and public safety. Clear? Second provision of this act, it covers entire nuclear chain. It covers entire nuclear chain. मतलब क्या है? न्यूक्लियर चेन. अब देखो इस वर्ड को भी डिकोड करना है. व्हेन यू रीड न्यूज़पेपर, आप इस चीज को समझते नहीं. फ्रॉम मेकिंग यूरेनियम टू फ्यूल और एनरिचिंग यूरेनियम टू फ्यूल ग्रेड. क्लियर? लिख लीजिएगा. फ्रॉम एनरिचिंग यूरेनियम टू मेकिंग फ्यूल टू न्यूक्लियर रिएक्टर and then to handle radioactive waste. Clear? To nuclear reactor and to handle radioactive waste. Clear? So who is authorized here? DAE and NPCIL. These two agencies are authorized. Department of Atomic Energy, which is under the control of Prime Minister. समझ में आ रहा है? Write down DAE and NPC. They are authorized. Department of Atomic Energy and Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited. Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited. Only these two agencies, they are authorized. Clear? And these two agencies were set up under this law only, Atomic Energy Act of 1962. Clear? You can just mention these two agencies were set up under this law. Set up under this law. Clear? Then this act says that we need to make everything secret and every information is confidential. It is not for public. Clear? Everything is confidential and secret. क्लियर? तो ये पूरा कंट्रोल किसके हाथ में रहेगा? गवर्नमेंट, है ना? तो अब इसमें बजट के हिसाब से, अब देखो आपने ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज पढ़ ली, अब आपको क्या करना है? व्हेन यू नो दीज थिंग्स देन यू कैन रिलेट विद करंट अफेयर्स. हाउ? In this budget 24 to 25, now government wants private sector should also be allowed. Clear? Only this line you have to add. Clear everyone? So you can just mention as per 24 to 25 budget, they want to allow private sector participation. Allow private sector participation in nuclear power generation. In nuclear power generation. Clear? So why this act is important? अब बताइए, आप लोग सोचिए. This act gives the legal foundation in India to use nuclear energy. समझ में आ रहा है? This act gives legal foundation to use nuclear energy in India. Clear? You can just write down this act give legal foundation to use nuclear energy and ensure it should not be misused, and ensure it should not be misused. Okay, now another act, Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act 2010. Why this act came into the picture? Suppose by any chance if radiation leaks, who is going to pay the liability? समझ में आ रहा है? ऐसा नहीं लिखा था उस एक्ट में. If any radiation leaks, then who is going to pay the liability? So for that, this act came into the picture. Clear? So you can just write down Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act 2010. So who is going to pay the money? That means it is like nuclear insurance policy, है ना? You can just write down it is like nuclear accident insurance policy. So पहली चीज क्या होगी? फर्स्ट फीचर क्या होगा इसका? It ensures compensation to victims. Clear? It ensures compensation to victims. You can just write down in bullet points. Ensures compensation to victims. Acha, who is going to pay them? Central government? Operator, not central government. Okay, operators. Clear? जिनको जो PSUs है वो देंगे. Clear? So up to how much amount of money? 1500 crores. What if the damage is more than 1500 crores? Then central government will pay up to 300 or more than 300 crores. Clear everyone? So you can just write down. If damages are more than 1500 crore, या पहले ये लिख लो, if nuclear accident happens, if nuclear accident happens, then operator must pay up to, operator means, yes, like PSUs. Right now only PSUs are allowed to operate. So operator must pay up to 1500 crores as compensation to victims. Clear? When government liability kicks in? When it is more than 1500 crores. So लिख लीजिएगा, government liability kicks in when the damage is more than 1500 crore and central government will pay up to 300 crore or more. Central government will pay up to 300 crore or more. Clear? अच्छा ठीक है. If plant operator's fault is not there, then also he has to pay. Yes. Clear? This is called as strict liability. Clear? So you can just write down strict liability. And it is also called as no fault liability. नहीं भी fault है, फिर भी आपको क्या करना है? Pay करना है. Clear? So write down the plant operator is liable even if the plant operator is liable even if the accident was not their fault. Even if the accident was not their fault. This is called as no fault liability. है ना? क्लियर? अच्छा ठीक है, मान लो जो न्यूक्लियर के लिए मशीन सप्लाई करेगा, सप्लायर तो अलग होगा, ऑपरेटर इज डिफरेंट, सप्लायर इज डिफरेंट. सप्लायर ने ही मशीन डिफेक्टिव दे दी. व्हाट इफ सप्लायर गिव्स डिफेक्टिव मशीन? then also liability will be paid by the operator, and after that operator can sue the supplier. This much is clear to all of you. This is the process. So you can just write down, after paying compensation, operator can sue the supplier. Operator can sue the supplier for providing faulty equipments. Faulty equipments. Faulty equipments. Clear? So why this nuclear disaster actually a global issue? Because it is not about Iran or Israel, because nuclear radiations does not believe in the borders. है ना? They just spread. Clear? So remember this thing. That is why this is a global issue. If any question is there in mains examination with respect to global issue, now with terrorism, you are going to mention the nuclear disaster also. This much is clear to all of you. So you can mention nuclear disaster. So what is the aim of these legislative reforms overall? Now the aim of government is to attract private investment in this nuclear sector. Clear? Then what are the institutional safeguards? IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency. So India adheres to these safety norms. Clear? And IAEA as well as India, they promote peaceful nuclear cooperation with the countries like Russia, France, US and others. Okay. Then what is the strategic doctrine of India? No first use policy. This is our nuclear doctrine. Clear? So, and India has also separated the civilian as well as strategic nuclear programs. So these are Indian government approach as well as their policies. Now, what are the UPSC related facts that you need to remember? Article 56. Clear everyone? Article 56 of Geneva Convention, which prohibits targeting nuclear facilities. Then IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency. इनका काम क्या होता है? They only monitor civilian nuclear use, not military use. Clear? Then NPT, Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Now, India is not a signatory, but Iran is a signatory member of this NPT. Clear? So Iran is violating this. That is why Iran के ऊपर क्या लगे थे? Sanctions. अभी मैंने बताया था ना, if the country is going to violate, then sanctions will be there. But why Iran is violating? Because Iran had a fear. Clear? This is the main reason. Which one? Israel is not. But Israel ने कभी ये भी नहीं बोला whether we have nuclear weapons. ना ही उन्होंने accept किया, ना ही deny किया. This is called as strategic ambiguity in international relations. Clear? Ambiguity, vagueness hai. Clear? Now there are some important sites. Osirak reactor, Iran, which was bombed by Israel in 1981. Then there is Zor reactor in Syria, bombed by Israel in 2007. Then Zaporizhia, Ukraine, which was the Europe's largest nuclear power plant. It was under conflict since 2022, Russia-Ukraine war. Then India-Pakistan agreement with respect to this. So if any question comes with respect to nuclear security, then you can mention all these things. Clear everyone? country attacks on that side, and if any country now, for example, if Iran attacks on Israel civilian side. See, if Iran is attacking on Israel civilian sites, that will be considered as a war. But if that civilian site belongs to nuclear, है ना, then Iran is going to face these sanctions from all the countries. हाँ, Israel disclose नहीं कर रहा है. क्यों नहीं disclose कर रहा है? Because Israel is supported by US. Clear? Israel is supported by US. है ना? तो यहां पर ग्लोबल नॉर्म्स नहीं काम आ रहे हैं. यहां पर इसीलिए तो हमने लिखा वीकनिंग ऑफ ग्लोबल नॉर्म्स. जो रूल्स ग्लोबल पावर ने बनाए वो रूल्स वही फॉलो नहीं कर रहे. क्लियर? इन दिस सिनेरियो इंडिया की पॉलिसी क्या है? इंडिया नीड्स नॉन डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी ग्लोबल न्यूक्लियर पॉलिसी. क्लियर? Sorry, violating Article 56 of Geneva Convention. What are the repercussions? Repercussions, again the same thing. These conventions are not binding, first of all, and India has not signed this. Clear? These are not binding, है ना? And India has not signed this. Clear? तो ये सबसे बड़ा issue है. Which one? NPT is signed by all the countries except North Korea, then Israel, India, Pakistan. All nuclear countries. Clear? Chernobyl incident was also there. No, there is no framework. That is why now the countries are asking for the global norms. See, public participation will not be here in nuclear. Now, private investments are there, but only for the purpose of creating the medicines. है ना? Okay, for that purpose, they are just going to pay the compensation. That is why they are planning now. Even Government of India is planning to bring a new act so that they can regulate even the private bodies also. Clear? Which one? IAE. See, if the country is going for the civilian nuclear use, then civilian nuclear use based on the IAEA norms, and they are going to monitor also. Clear? Every year they are going to monitor your sites. Clear? If any, you can say, if any leakages are there, they are going to create a meeting or a summit where the country, like you can say India, now India will be asked to stop civilian nuclear use. Clear? तो अब इसके लिए इंडिया डिप्लोमेटिकली क्या करेगा? इंडिया will send its diplomatic mission individually to other countries so that India can get the support. ये भी मेजॉरिटी और उसका ही खेल होता है यहाँ पर. क्लियर? अगर आप कहेंगे कि सर कोई भी एक ऐसी एजेंसी हो जो पूरी तरीके से बंद कर दे, सो नो, देयर इज नो एजेंसी. क्लियर? बिकॉज इट इज ऑल अबाउट बिजनेस, है ना? अगर ऐसा होता तो ग्लोबल नॉर्म्स जो हमारे होते वो काफी ज्यादा strong होते. Clear? So as you can see here, the sites, this is the Oziraq site in Iraq region, which was attacked by Israel in 1981 in Operation Opera. Then now you can see here important site Deir al-Zor in Syria, which was again attacked by Israel in 2007. So these are some important sites. This is the site of Ukraine. Clear? Now to remember all these points, just use this nuclear, and for norms under Geneva Convention, use of nuclear power rising for clear energy. Then see Civilian Liability Act of 2010, India. Then a list of nuclear sites exchanged by India, Pakistan since 1991. Then E means erosion of global safeguards like IAEA, NPT, like Iran has violated this NPT. है ना? Then A, amendment plans for Atomic Energy Act, which is mentioned in the budget of 24 to 25. and then our risk of radiological fallout from military strikes. Clear? So you can use this in your mains examination. Clear? Now for prelims, backward linkages. So last block which is there in your workbook, how this topic, this particular topic is connected with other subjects. Hai na? So for prelims, just recall all these IAEA and India safeguards, then treaties, NPT, CTBT, hai na? Though India is not a signatory, but still, hai na? Then India Pakistan nuclear list exchange, and then laws कौन-कौन से, Atomic Energy Act and Civil Liability Act. This is important for your prelims. For mains perspective, GS paper 2 in international relations, you can write down all these points in your GS paper 2, hai na? So India's nuclear diplomacy is there. Then with respect to GS paper 3, in GS paper 3, there is one topic called as energy security, which is also related to nuclear safety and climate policy. Then for essay, they can ask questions with respect to energy and conflict, technology and peace, global responsibility in fragmented world. These kind of topics can be asked in essay paper. Hai na? Then ethics. Now, ethical use, moral, this nuclear power should use responsibly, hai na? So, civilian harm, protection of global commons, responsible state behavior. So, based on that, UPSC can ask case studies. This much is clear to all of you. So, this is about backward linkage. Now, this question is for you. Just now we have discussed with reference to international humanitarian law and the protection of civilian infrastructure during armed conflict. Consider the following statement. First, Article 56 of Protocol 1, this 1977 to the Geneva Conventions prohibits attacks on nuclear power plant if they are being used for military purpose. Is it correct? Only for civilians, not for military purpose. This is wrong. Clear? Second, India is a signatory to Protocol 1977. That is wrong. Hai na? Third, the International Atomic Energy Agency is responsible for ensuring that nuclear installations are not targeted during armed conflict. No, they are going to monitor the civilian use. है ना? अभी हमने पढ़ा था. Then last, the prohibition of under Article 56 applies only if an attack would cause the release of dangerous forces leading to severe civilian casualties. Dams अगर destroy हो गए, है ना? So only this statement is correct. So which option? Option C. Clear everyone? समझ में आ गया? Nuclear disaster. This editorial is given by Sayyid Akbaruddin. Clear? Now, so this is related to the Cyprus visit, है ना? Now, what is the issue here? Recently, Indian Prime Minister visited Cyprus. Why? To counter Turkey, because Turkey supported Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, है ना? So, Prime Minister recently visited the Republic of Cyprus, which was considered as strategic countermeasure to Turkey's increasing support to Pakistan, especially in UN Operation Sindoor, on Kashmir issue also, है ना? So this actually visit symbolized the diplomatic as well as strategic step or assertion in Eastern Mediterranean region, and this region is crucial for energy security and geopolitics also. Now, so as you can see here, the location. Now with respect to prelims, so location of Cyprus is important, then Mediterranean Sea. Now UPSC can also ask what are the countries which are connected with Mediterranean Sea, है ना, like similar questions has been asked with respect to Caspian Sea as well as Black Sea, है ना, previously in prelims. Now, so core features. So what are the core features? So first is strategic balancing. Why it is called as strategic balancing? Pakistan is supported by Turkey. That is why Turkey is already having issue with Cyprus. So Cyprus is supported by whom? India. This is called as strategic balancing. है ना? It is called as strategic balancing. Now, second, geopolitical signaling. Now, why geopolitical signaling? Why it is important? Why this visit was important? Because Cyprus is going to hold the European Union presidency in 2026. And Cyprus can support India with respect to United Nations reforms also. Clear? Write down, लिख लीजिएगा. Geopolitical signaling. Geopolitical signaling. Cyprus is going to hold the presidency of European Union in 2026, and Cyprus is also present near Turkey's maritime zone. See this map, है ना? It is also present near Turkey's maritime zone. Clear? Clear? Third, energy diplomacy. Now, India has also signed, because in Eastern Mediterranean region, energy is there. Clear? So you can just mention here that with this India participated in Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. Clear? Then military collaboration, naval collaboration because of Turkey. So you can just mention military collaboration, anti-patrolling naval operations, and investment in Cyprus ports. Clear? Intelligence gathering. अब टर्की हमारा एनिमी है. We need to gather the intelligence about Turkey. Now, this northern part of Cyprus is under the control of Turkey. Turkey का enemy कौन है? Kurdish people, Kurds. Clear? So now we are going to take the intelligence from the Kurdish groups. That is going to help India to gather intelligence about Turkey. Clear? So लिख लीजिएगा, write down, intelligence gathering via Kurdish groups or Turkish ex-officials. Then what was the soft power projection here? India has signed one agreement with respect to law center in Cyprus region. लिख लीजिएगा, India geopolitical and law center in the capital of Cyprus, Nicosia. In Nicosia. Clear? Then forward based development. What is the meaning of forward based? Like China maintain its presence in South China Sea. So how India is going to interfere? India invested in Vietnam, and through Vietnam, India got the base, है ना? That to counter whom? China. Similarly, with this forward based policy, India is going to take the long term base to counter Turkey. Same strategy which India has applied in South China Sea. Clear, everyone? So write down, लिख लीजिएगा, forward base development. So using Cyprus as a long-term strategic basis, as Vietnam did in South China, as Vietnam in South China Sea. Now, Brief background: India's engagement with Cyprus till now. See, in Cyprus in Greek population is there, है ना, who are called as Greek Cypriots. So in 1974, Turkey invaded northern part of Cyprus. So during this period, India supported Cyprus against the Turkish invasion, and since then northern part of Cyprus was under the control of Turkey, and it is only recognized by Turkey, not any other forum or any country. Clear? Since then only diplomatic relations were started. So Cyprus gained independence from Britain and it established independent in 1962. Then India has always supported the Republic of Cyprus, not Northern Cyprus, which is under the control of Turkey. Clear? Then India is also supporting Cyprus in international forums. India always talked about the sovereignty of Cyprus in United Nations as well as non-alignment movement. Then recent development, India has joined, just now we have discussed, India has joined East Mediterranean Gas Forum. And then various MOUs are signed on maritime security, education as well as intelligence cooperation. Intelligence kisse? Kurdish officials. Clear? Then that is why this Prime Minister visit is the first high level visit in decades. Last time it was visited by the Manmohan Singh, है ना? But now it was visited by Prime Minister Modi. Why? Because the time is important. Why time is important? After Operation Sindoor. This much is clear to all of you. Then main specific assessment. So here you can mention in mains answer why visit is important. First is strategic autonomy. So various scholars, they says that it is the part of India's West, Act West or Look West policy. Clear? Then real politic engagement. So various experts, they says that this is the way of India to counter pressure tactics, है ना, as it did with Vietnam against China. Clear? Then energy security convergence. So economists, they says that Eastern Mediterranean is the future of gas security. यहाँ पर सबसे ज़्यादा natural gas है. Clear? Especially as India is going to diversify its energy security needs because West Asia is in conflict. तो India अब क्या प्लान कर रहा है कि हमें सिर्फ West Asia पे depend नहीं रहना है. We need to diversify our energy security needs to other regions. Clear? Then soft balancing theory. So strategic scholars, they say that this act as a soft balancing, that is engaging through diplomacy, economy as well as research rather than direct military action. Clear? Or India cannot take direct military confrontation against Turkey because that is not fruitful. Clear? So that is why India is using the diplomatic leverage here. Then why it matters, why this issue matters for India. First, countering Turkey's anti-India posture. कि अगर तुम पाकिस्तान में इंटरफेयर करोगे तो हम क्या करेंगे, हम सीधे इंटरफेयर करेंगे आर्मेनिया एंड साइप्रस में, है ना. So you can just mention this, that India is interfering diplomatically against Turkey. So why this issue matters for India? Energy access. Because of East Mediterranean Gas Forum, India got block number 6 and block number 10 to access the energy security. You can just write down. Just mention block number 6 and 10 of Cyprus gas field. Block number 6 and 10 of Cyprus gas field. Then naval projection. अब यहां पर आप ports देखिए. Now as you can see here, India got these two ports, Limassol and Larnaca. Clear everyone? This is called as naval projection. So you can just mention Limassol and Larnaca. So it is a policy of India's naval diplomacy. Clear? Then no contribution for economy, gas. Yes. Then Another important, security diplomacy via Kurdish official intelligence gathering. Clear? Via Kurdish official intelligence gathering. Then EU leverage kaise? Because Cyprus is going to hold the presidency of European Union in 2026. Clear? This is important here. Then again, this is the model of secular modernity, which means India is aligning with the law, or you can say rule of law based Christian country. This shows that modern secularism. लिख लीजिएगा. India aligning with rule of law based Christian democracy against Islamic radical blocs. Clear? Now, what is the government strategy here? Strategic investment. India has invested in which? Cypriot energy sector. Second, geopolitical and law center in Nicosia region. Clear? Second, defense and security cooperation. So both the countries, they have created joint working group on security. Why? To counter Turkey. है ना? Then India Navy operations, because India got 2 ports. So now India is going to do the naval operations as well as patrolling intelligence here. Then diplomatic signaling. So India is going to use Cyprus to mirror Vietnam strategy, just like against China, here against Turkey. Clear? Then asylum and training to Kurdish elements. अब अगर टर्की टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करेगा पाकिस्तान के लिए, सो इंडिया इज गोइंग टू ट्रेन नाउ कुर्दिश पीपल अगेंस्ट टर्की. क्लियर? Then information warfare. So various NGOs and academic publications, they are targeting Turkey's human rights narrative. Clear? Because they have killed large number of Kurdish people. Kurdish are stateless people. इनका कोई state नहीं है. But they were used for, okay, they were used for whom? They were used against the powers during the time period of Syrian civil war. Clear? So these are some government strategy and strategic response. Clear? Then with respect to prelims, what are the facts? European Union, है ना? लिख लीजिएगा वहीं पे prelims वाले में. European Union, Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. Clear, everyone? So we have discussed 2 issues today: Cyprus and nuclear disaster. Other 2 issues were also there, but because of this was the first class and we did not know that these many students will come, so those other 2 issues, the notes will be shared with all of you. Okay, you can just go through it. You know? Clear, everyone? And with respect to that short forms, you know, mnemonics, and then the backward linkages, it will be shared. Clear? Now, Stuti ma'am will come.
I understood this problem. I was only running very fast there. Okay, IR was very fast previously. You'll have to see them. Okay. Okay, I'll let you. Wait for you. Sorry? Subject I'll be taking environment and society. And I took society only, environment I was not able to take.
How many?
Totally 6. 3 are mains and 3 are prelims.
All of them are.
No, only the mains topic will be long. Prelims topic is 1 slide, 1 or 2 slides. It's so important to give feedback. Plus, at least this class strength is low, so you guys can speak something and I can understand. Over there, the class strength is so high, very difficult. Heck. 20 feet. कहाँ थे हम लोग? Okay. Okay, we have 3 topics for mains. Three topics for mains and 3 topics for prelims. What I understood is the first, I wanted to cover all 3, but given the time we have, we will try to cover these 2 first because these 2 are very, very important. Okay? Foreign university, I'll share the PPTs. You might have to read it on your own. Okay? But large part of the data is mentioned in the PPT. You can read it and understand it from PPT. Okay? So we'll start with the second topic first. But anyways, the first topic is just talking about कि foreign universities are opening up their campuses in India. ठीक है? तो there are certain Australia की university, UK की university, US की universities that are opening up their campuses in India. That is because of a UGC regulation कि UGC has allowed foreign universities to open up their campuses in India and Indian universities have been allowed to open up their campuses outside. तो हमारे यहाँ से भी IIT Delhi, IIT Mumbai have opened up their campuses in Dubai, Tanzania, Zanzibar and some of the other African nations. ठीक है? So that was a summary, just a summary of what is this issue talking about. The foreign universities which have opened up in India are facing certain challenges. ठीक है, उनके पास admissions कम हो रहे हैं, and because of this declining admission, there is one very important long-term consequence to this, that there will be other foreign universities which are very good, which will be unwilling to open up their university campuses in India. ठीक है, जैसे स्टैनफोर्ड, मैसाचुसेट्स, कैलिफोर्निया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, ये सभी भी इंडिया में कैंपसेस खोल पाते इफ द एग्जिस्टिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज व्हिच हैव ओपनड अप देयर कैंपसेस, उसमें भर के एडमिशंस होते. But because the admissions are very, very low, so it is very demotivating for other universities because they will be looking up कि other universities जो campus खोले, they are not getting sufficient admissions. ठीक है? So this topic of Hindu, this was mentioned in Hindu newspaper and they were discussing that they are facing certain challenges because of which there will be a very long term repercussion. Understood? ठीक है? Rest you study it from slides. We will start with the second topic, which is talking about female farmers. Female farmers. ठीक है? Why are we studying about this topic is because United Nations has declared 2026 as the International Year of Farmers, Women Farmers. ठीक है? तो ये बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, बहुत ज्यादा, क्योंकि इंडिया में फेमिनाइजेशन ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर इज टेकिंग प्लेस. हमारे यहाँ लार्ज पार्ट ऑफ द एग्रीकल्चर लेबर इज फीमेल्स. More than 50% of agricultural labor is female. If you would have seen the random image of any agricultural field, you would have seen 4 or 5 women sitting on a rice field and chopping off the harvest. है ना? That is the most common image that you have seen. That is showing कि हमारे agriculture के जो land पे काम कर रही हैं, they are not male, they are female. ठीक है? तो अगर ऐसे condition में UN has declared it as the International Year of Farmers, women farmers, तो now we will be specifically emphasizing on this fact कि हम लोगों को कुछ काम करने की जरूरत है. We need to work to improve their representation, improve their income. ठीक है? In this topic we will be understanding कि ये क्यों हुआ, why did this situation take place? क्योंकि हम लोग usually women का employment promote नहीं करते हैं. Across the country, women related employment is usually not promoted because there is patriarchy. ठीक है? So there are certain conditions which have led to promotion of entry of women into agricultural fields. What are those conditions and what are the challenges as a consequence of, what are the consequence of this women entering into agricultural fields? That also we will be studying. ठीक है? Talking about statistics, this is what you will have to write in your answers. ठीक है? I have told you for society classes or for those who have not attended the society classes so far, कि whenever you are writing introduction, your introduction should always be related to current affairs. For the subjects related to current affairs, your introduction preferably should be current affairs and data related to that. So these are some of the data that you can make use of. For example, globally जो agriculture food produce हो रहा है, उसका 50% is being produced by a female farmer only. India में if we talk about only rural women, तो 80% of the rural women who are employed are working in agricultural labor. 20% of the employed rural women are working as मनरेगा workers. ठीक है? Census 2011 says कि if we try to compare census 2001 से census 2011 का data, there is a 24% increase in agricultural labor. Female agricultural labor में from 2001 का census to 2011 का census, there is a 24% increase. ठीक है? Then we have 63% of female LFPR. LFPR stands for Labor Force Participation Ratio. 63% of female LFPR are working in agriculture sector. ठीक है? तो इसका मतलब कि टोटल लेबर फोर्स में जो फीमेल पार्ट है उसमें 63% are working in agriculture sector. ठीक है? Other than this, we have a good number of women representation in services sector also. Manufacturing sector में least representation. It's less than 8% representation of women in manufacturing sector. Blue collar jobs we call them. ठीक है? This graph just shows कि there is a steep increase in presence of women as farmers as compared to male as farmers. If you can see this graph, see the total number of males who are working as farmers versus number of female who have started working as farmers. ठीक है? There is a steep increase as compared to the males working in the agricultural sector. ठीक है? कौन-कौन से सेक्टर्स में ये लोग काम कर रहे हैं? What are the primary sectors in which female are working is inclusive of agricultural labor. ये वो है जिनको they are not owning that piece of land. They were hired for a particular purpose. For example, harvest करने के लिए, pesticide डालने के लिए, let's say threshing करने के लिए, winnowing करने के लिए, you will call for the laborers. They are not owning anything. उनको उस काम का पैसा मिलेगा, not even the food grain that they have produced. Understood? ठीक है? So if we talk about the sectors in which तो 55% are working in agricultural labors, 24% are cultivators. Cultivators वो होंगे जो who are taking the management decisions with respect to agriculture. कि this year we will be sowing these crops, this much amount of fertilizer, this much amount of irrigation, this much amount of water. Total we have the input budget as this much. तो ये decision बहुत ही कम female लेती हैं. In usual family because we are living into a patriarchy. तो decision making authority is not usually in the hands of female. Understood? तो if we talk about cultivators, they comprise of 24% और बाकी सारे हैं 21%. अगर if we talk about land ownership, तो it is only 14%. Even if they are working as an agricultural labor, they are not owning land. ठीक है? Any idea about the reasons? Why is it so? Why do we have? क्योंकि हम लोग employment, if we do not promote women employment, then why do you think female labors in agriculture are increasing? Cheap labor, okay. As compared to male, also cheap labor. For the same task, correct. For the same task, males will be given relatively more money as compared to females. Any other? Very important. Any other? Because the families, when they decided to choose only one child to get educated, it was their son and not the daughter. So this has led to proliferation of education, improvement of education. और अगर लोग इतना बढ़िया पढ़ लिख लेंगे, then why will they be working as an agricultural labor? They will prefer to go work on a high skilled job. Any other reason? Same point as him. Because low wages से भी we have two different points. एक कि women are usually cheated on the wage. ठीक है? For the same amount of task, if I try to explain your point, for the same amount of task, that the amount of money that they will be giving to male versus the amount of money they are giving to female, they will be giving less money to female because female have lesser exposure to financial domain. You tell me, how many of the female in class here have an idea about mutual funds? You have. Okay. About taxation, whether investing in mutual fund is better or gold loan is better or Muthoot Finance is better. You have such kind of idea. Okay? But see, versus male, you have some idea? Investing in land or gold or mutual fund, see the percentage here. So in general, financial domain का idea ही female को कम है. I agree that is because of lesser exposure, but कम है. That is true. So usually women are cheated on their price. on the price of the produce. Men will not be cheated because they are exposed to the other markets also. Women are not exposed to that much amount of market. ठीक है? So that leads to this cheating. एक तो wage related plus wage ही उनका कम है. See, women are working in agricultural field because agricultural field itself is giving you less money. More money related task is being taken up by male. Have you seen, if you have seen an agricultural field, you would have seen women working on the field harvesting, and you would have seen a male driving a tractor or a harvester. You have not seen a female driving a harvester or a tractor. You are understanding this? So जो high paying jobs है in agriculture itself, whatever be the high paying jobs are largely taken up by male, and low paying jobs are largely taken up by female, because now large part of the agriculture pays low money, so you have more and more feminization of agriculture. Understood? ठीक है? So that is also one of the reasons for feminization of agriculture. और एक बहुत बड़ा reason जो especially 2000s के बाद इंडिया में आया, that was male migration. Because male migration, females were left behind in the villages at their home. तो इसके बाद ज्यादा से ज्यादा कौन काम करेगा agricultural field पे? Whoever is left behind at home. 2000s में इंडिया faced an IT revolution. IT revolution की वजह से we had urbanization, industrialization at a rapid expanse in urban centers, और that led to increase of service sector. कभी स्विगी खुल गया. Nowadays you know Swiggy, but I have seen the days of Food Panda also. If anybody knows what was Food Panda, Food Panda was one of the first food delivery food delivery app of the country. ठीक है? तो इस तरीके का सर्विसेज इंडिया में स्टार्ट हो पाया बिकॉज ऑफ आईटी रिवोल्यूशन, बिकॉज ऑफ इंक्रीज्ड डिस्पोजेबल इनकम. ठीक है? और whatever be the reasons, they have created jobs in urban centers that led to male related migration. Whoever was left behind was started working on the agricultural fields. Under women empowerment की वजह से, do you think they are they don't have education.
So at least to eradicate poverty and inequality, the labor.
They started working as a labor force. The problem is, we will study this problem in a detailed form when we are studying society, but the problem is कि women have always tried to work, always, हमेशा से, but they have not been given an opportunity to work. Most part of the time में she has been discouraged to work. तो अब तक तो जो पैट्रियार्की चलते आ रहा है, we cannot expect that the society promoted her to work. Large part of the condition में we have not allowed them to work, or whenever they have worked in a situation of scarcity. We will see this in society classes also, कि we call this as counter cyclical nature of employment. Counter cyclical nature of employment मतलब whenever the employment, overall country's employment goes down, जैसे recession हो गया, inflation हो गया, war हो गया, whenever the overall employment of the country goes down, you will see an increase in surge in women employment. As soon as the employment restores, the women employment will go down. So this is known as a counter cyclical nature of employment. ठीक है? क्योंकि they are acting as a buffer. जब कहीं से salary नहीं आएगा, then I'll ask you to work. But as soon as we start getting salary from other domains, you will not have to work. Understood? But this is all a very pessimistic view. You can think of obviously एक ऐसी family भी हो सकती है which will be promoting women, but क्योंकि उनका percentage is very very small in the country, that is not the primary reason for feminization of agriculture. Understood? ठीक है? So talking about some of the factors for feminization of agriculture being education, education leading to male migration because of job opportunities. ठीक है? It is also because of low wages that is being paid in agricultural fields, and female being cheated on on wages also. ये problem हमारे यहाँ child labor से भी associated है. The same problem we have in child labor, कि in child labor का one of the primary reason is कि they are cheated on the price. ठीक है? Usually बच्चों को इसलिए खोजा जाता है काम करने के लिए because you can pay them anything. You give 5 rupee to a 4-5 year old boy, he will think he will buy a house out of that 5 rupee. तो इसलिए बच्चों को वो money का value ही नहीं पता. You pay them anything and they are happy with that. So that is why you can hire them at a very low cost. So is the case with female. ठीक है? तो ये सारे factors की वजह से feminization बढ़ रहा है. But if we talk about the consequences, इससे problem क्या हो रहा है? Feminization, that's why did I tell you कि feminization of agriculture is a problem in our country. ये अच्छी बात नहीं हो रही है. because of the causes that we discussed. जो जैसे male related migration, it is not that you have empowered women that I want you to work, please go and work, and then she started working. ऐसी बात नहीं थी. They started working under the case of distress. For example, poverty was one of the reason for feminization of agriculture. ठीक है? So this has led to certain challenges. For example, कि these agricultural laborers, female agricultural laborers are not owners of land. अब उनके पास जमीन नहीं है, तो how will they get loan? फसल बीमा योजना में you told them I will give you bima, I'll give you insurance if you own this much amount of land, but she doesn't own land. Inheritance rights नहीं है हमारे यहाँ women में, ठीक है? So we have not given sufficient amount of inheritance rights, plus the land is named after the male member who is not even living in that area. So ultimately she is not able to get the benefits. For example, we have n number of benefits for a landowner. फसल बीमा योजना है, FCI का loans है, you get cheaper loans for agricultural inputs, mechanization के लिए you get loans. For all these loans you need to own that land. और इंडिया में land ownership female के लिए है 14%. ठीक है? So we are not able to ensure कि जो भी आप agriculture labor को benefit दे रहे हो, that benefit is gained by the agricultural labor which is currently female. Understood? Second problem is they have lack of access to credit and financial facilities. बैंक जाएंगी लोन लेने के लिए, they will say नहीं नहीं आपका कोई भरोसा नहीं. We have encountered this problem again in society. You will study this. SHGs don't get loan. Have you heard of SHG? Self help group क्या करती है? What does it do? Women entrepreneurs, correct. So women will come together, pool in some amount of money, create a product, sell off the product and divide that money amongst themselves. ठीक है? But वो product बनाने के लिए उनको loan चाहिए, but they don't get loan. क्यों नहीं मिलता है? Because the loan financing authority will say, I don't believe that you will be returning me my loan. You might turn out to be an NPA. कल को आपका बच्चा बीमार पड़ जाएगा, you will not be working. And if you don't work, you will not be able to produce that product and you will not be able to sell it off. No money you get, no money I get. So instead, I will not be granting you loans. They do not have access to financing facilities or even technical facilities also. ठीक है? तो उनके लिए लोन लेना, फीमेल के लिए लोन लेना, it is not easy. Secondly, they do not have market access. You cannot expect a female to drive a tractor and sell off her, take her produce to go to an MPMC mandi and sell off her produce. ऐसा नहीं होता. It is usually a male. So even if she has cultivated certain produce, she has no market access. कल को वो produce post harvest में भी failure में जा सकता है. The ready crop produce might get failed because she is not linked to the market. ठीक है? Plus they are cheated on the price of inputs. We have discussed. Training और technological access भी नहीं है उनके पास. For example, male के लिए you do have option that आपके पास WhatsApp है. You have government एक portal है ना नहीं भूमि portal भूजल something related to farmers that you can ask your questions. It's a Gen AI product. ठीक है? Sorry? नहीं e-naam नहीं. The product app works like this, that you can ask your questions to ChatGPT. You take it as ChatGPT only in a vernacular language. ठीक है? And you will be told the solution in a vernacular language itself. So we call this as a Gen AI product. Generative AI का product है, because that product is able to understand all forms of your language. For example, Kannada में ही you have variety of Kannada, right? So that application should be able to understand all this variety of Kannada, because a person speaking in a vernacular language can be speaking anything. You have to understand, interpret, answer that question and translate it back to that vernacular language. ठीक है? Subhashini portal, correct. Subhashini portal is that portal where you have to feed in the language. ठीक है? और agriculture से related all the doubts will be resolved and you will have access. But इसके लिए भी we have, this is a Gen AI product, और किसी भी AI product में we have an AI biasness, because female is not feeding the input. So for example, AI में how do you train machines? You give data, you teach the machine to work on that data and the machine has learned. That is how a machine learning works, है ना? But जो data दे रहा है, who is he? Largely male. तो इसका मतलब वो जो data समझेगा, the interpretation, the kind of problems that will be raised will also be male centric problem. It will not be a female centric problem. We call this as the problem of AI biasness. The machine, the model that has been created is also biased to the larger section of society. जैसे इंडिया में the problem is patriarchy, so it is biased to patriarchy. Western countries में the problem is race, so they are more biased to the whites. They are working in favor of, for example, facial recognition technology works for a white, doesn't work for a black. Understood? This is an AI biasness. So India में भी AI biasness हो रहा है for the models that you are creating. All in all, I am giving you an example of how technological access, training and technological access is not easily available for a female, but it is easily available for a male. ठीक है? But the last problem is that of the climate change vulnerabilities. Climate change has also affected female much more as compared to males. ठीक है? Again, part of your society plus environment wala domain, but see, if the agricultural produce crop failure has taken place, okay, so the lady has worked for 3 months and the crop failure took place, so she was not able to get that revenue. But the male was not working in an agricultural field, so his salary, his wage is irrespective of, he will get all of that, irrespective of the crop failure or irrespective of no monsoon, hai na? So then the family will discourage that lady to work because you worked and you were not able to get the wage, and whatever my son has worked, or he was able to get the wage. You are understanding this? So climate change related wage will be more disregarded. It will lead to discouragement of women related employment. Understood? ठीक है? एक प्रॉब्लम और है with respect to climate change only कि government of India currently because we are facing the problem of stubble burning related to creating immense amount of pollution for Punjab, Haryana and West UP region. So government of India has started penalizing stubble burning. If you carry out stubble burning, you will be penalized, punishment. ठीक है? तो ये punishment कौन bear कर रहा है? Who is bearing this punishment? Laborers. Because ये GST की तरह काम करता है. You penalize the landowner and landowner will put the penalty on the worker. GST actually has to be paid by the company, the commercial company. But who is actually paying GST? Consumer. ये वैसे ही काम करता है. The penalty of stubble burning also works in the same manner. Even if it is penalized on the landowner will take it from the labor. So ultimately stubble burning का भी penalty कौन भर रहा है? Labor. Understood? हाँ. पराली हाँ. That is a case study, one example wherein as an experiment it can be converted into biofuel. But currently we are not converting it into biofuel. Government of India has started taking this initiative कि we will start shifting towards integrated farming, mixed farming, poultry plus fishing plus aquaculture plus cattle rearing plus agriculture and forestry. Integrated farming नहीं women centric क्या agriculture में ही integrated farming पर no scheme. We do not have a scheme for mixed farming. ठीक है? But women centric scheme में one initiative is there, महिला सशक्तिकरण योजना. एक मिनट, just we'll come back to solution, but these are the government initiatives. For example, महिला किसान सशक्तिकरण योजना. महिला is female, किसान is farmer, सशक्तिकरण is empowerment. ठीक है? तो skill और resource access को improve करना for females is one of the initiatives of the government. ठीक है? Another initiative is submission on agriculture mechanization. कि agricultural mechanization अगर आपको करना है तो for females we are granting incentives from 50 to 80% for agricultural mechanization. ठीक है? Then we have Namo Drone Didi scheme. Drone Didi scheme is actually teaching females how to make use of a drone. आपको pesticide डालना है, make use of a drone. Irrigation के लिए analysis करना है, make use of a drone. If we have to find out what is the, for example, there was a scheme. There was a scheme to find out the samarthya. To find out the land owners. कि I have to digitize कि this much amount of land belongs to this person. For that also government of India has made use of drones. ठीक है? तो ऐसे बहुत सारे initiatives हैं. उसमें we will be training women that how do you use a drone to do the agricultural tasks. ठीक है? Other than this, we have women related SHGs. Women SHGs को food processing sector में we are promoting. क्यों? क्योंकि food processing sector generates more revenue. आम से ज्यादा माजा का दाम है. ठीक है? माजा is more costly as compared to mangoes. तो इसका मतलब food process कर लेने के बाद you are increasing its value. Although you have done some investment, but the amount of profit that maza is gaining versus a mango farmer is gaining, उसमें huge difference है. सो फूड प्रोसेसिंग करके वी आर बेसिकली ट्राइंग टू इंक्रीज द वैल्यू ऑफ दैट प्रोडक्ट, और उसके लिए वी विल बी पुटिंग अप विमेन रिलेटेड एसएचजीज, पापड़ बना के, अचार बना के, वी आर बेसिकली प्रोसेसिंग दैट फूड एंड दिस विल जनरेट रेवेन्यू. अंडरस्टूड? ठीक है. Additionally, we have a one best case example, that of the ENACT scheme in Assam. ENACT scheme mein what we are doing is every week climate related data will be disseminated, information dissemination. इस वीक में बारिश होगी, you can leave the irrigation for this week. Next week में we are not having rains, you have to increase your irrigation there. ठीक है. For example, your soil has these fertilizers, these elements already, so please don't make use of this element and this element. ठीक है. Your soil lacks nitrogen, so please make use of these fertilizers. Understanding this, weekly data related to climate has been information has been disseminated to the female farmers. और यहाँ पे देखा गया that they have created flood resistant varieties of rice, क्योंकि आसाम है तो they face annual floods. ब्रह्मपुत्र में we have annual floods. So what they have done as a solution is कि they have created a flood resistant variety of rice. अब आप इस राइस को, इवन इफ यू हैव फ्लड्स, योर क्रॉप फेलियर इज नॉट गोइंग टू टेक प्लेस. इस तरीके से टेक्नोलॉजिकली इक्विप किया गया बाय गिविंग देम क्लाइमेट रिलेटेड डेटा ऑन अ वीकली बेसिस. दैट वाज द स्कीम कॉल्ड इनैक्ट. अंडरस्टूड? ठीक है. ओके. बट ये तो अभी तक का स्कीम है. दीज आर करंट गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स. आई हैव टोल्ड यू इन योर कंक्लूजन यू शुड बी राइटिंग अबाउट सजेशंस, समथिंग दैट द गवर्नमेंट हैज नॉट डन. एज पर यू दीज आर स्टिल द पोटेंशियल एरियाज वी नीड टू वर्क अपॉन. ठीक है. तो और क्या एरियाज है, और अदर डोमेन्स इन विच सम इनिशिएटिव्स कैन बी टेकन, कैन बी स्मार्ट सीड प्रोडक्शन. ठीक है. आप जो सीड्स बनाते हो, प्लीज मेक श्योर. फॉर एग्जांपल, राइस में वी हैव अ न्यू वैरायटी ऑफ राइस नोन एज डायरेक्ट सीडिंग ऑफ राइस, DSR राइस. ठीक है. तो अब तक राइस का कल्टीवेशन कैसे होता था? यू वेर पुटिंग इट ऑन अ फ्लडेड लैंड, और वहां पे सैपलिंग्स निकल जाने के बाद द सैपलिंग्स वर ट्रांसफर्ड ऑन एन एग्रीकल्चरल फीड. ऐसे ही करते थे. Now we have a direct seeding. You don't have to chop it off, put it in another agricultural field. Directly seeding. So on a seeder, happy seeder way, we will be putting the seeds, or it will keep on plowing, keep on putting seeds, keep on plowing, keep on putting seeds. इस तरीके का एक rice variety निकाले हैं. ठीक है. So we need to give greater access to such kind of seed varieties to female. Additionally, you can also ask them for a crop diversification or integrated farming. Crop diversification में एक initiative that government of India has already taken is, what were the varieties of crops that were largely cultivated? हाँ? अनाज में, cereals में, what are the crops? Rice and wheat. But we have moved away from this. सबसे ज्यादा earlier we were giving highest amount of MSP to rice and wheat. उसमें भी, इन दोनों में भी राइस को सबसे ज्यादा MSP मिलता था. ठीक है. But now highest amount of MSP we have started granting to ज्वार. कुछ थोड़ा less amount में we have बाजरा. In Karnataka they are granting additional MSP for ragi. ठीक है. तो अब हम लोग क्रॉप के डाइवर्सिफिकेशन पे फोकस करने लगे. ऑल्सो बिकॉज कि हमारे पास वी हैव अंडरस्टूड कि रेनफॉल का पैटर्न इज गोइंग टू बी मोर इरिटेंट, सो वी नीड टू बी मोर रेडी फॉर दिस काइंड ऑफ क्लाइमेटिक चेंज. तो वी हैव स्टार्टेड कल्टिवेटिंग ड्रॉट रेजिस्टेंट वेराइटीज ऑफ क्रॉप्स ऑल्सो. ठीक है. इसके अलावा इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग इज बीइंग प्रोमोटेड. फॉर एग्जांपल, आपके पास एग्रीकल्चरल फील्ड है, मेक यूज ऑफ राष्ट्रीय गोकुल मिशन एंड स्टार्ट कैटल रियरिंग, पोल्ट्री फार्मिंग, एक्वाकल्चर. ये सारी चीजों के साथ आपको कुछ बफर मिल जाएगा. इफ योर क्रॉप फेलियर हैज टेकन प्लेस, तो यू कैन सेल ऑफ मिल्क एंड गेन मनी, यू कैन सेल ऑफ मीट एंड गेन मनी. ठीक है. एक्वाकल्चर से मीट कल्टीवेशन हो सकता है. एक्वाकल्चर विल गिव यू फर्टिलाइजर. तो इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग का एक ऑप्शन मिल जाएगा आपको. दिस विल बेसिकली गिव यू अ बफर इन टर्म्स ऑफ इनकम. ठीक है. एम आई टू फास्ट? नहीं. Okay, then we have landscape based farming. Landscape based farming मतलब you need to assess that land, और land के assessment के बाद ही you will be deciding what kind of crops you can cultivate. For example, Vidarbha region of Maharashtra cannot cultivate sugarcane. अभी कर रहे हैं, but they should not be doing so. ठीक है. तो लैंडस्केप बेस्ड फार्मिंग में वी आर असेसिंग आपका लैंड कैसा है, इस लैंड के लिए किस तरीके का क्रॉप्स मोर सुटेबल है, वही क्रॉप्स आई विल आस्क यू टू कल्टीवेट. इस तरीके का सोल्यूशन वी कैन गिव इट कि फीमेल फार्मर्स को इस तरीके का टेक्नोलॉजिकल गैप फिल करने की जरूरत है. ठीक है. Then we can grant them climate resilient agriculture के लिए we already have an initiative called NICRA, National Initiative for Climate Resilient Agriculture. ठीक है, तो this can be extended to female farmers also, क्योंकि अभी तो हम लोग ये सिर्फ farmers के लिए खोल के रखे हैं, but they have that skill gap, so you need to broadcast it, telecast it to Doordarshan, so that कि it will be able to reach till the largest mass. अगर ये हर एक गांव तक पहुंच पाता है, whatever be the information disseminated, तो we will be able to give climate resilient data to every farmer in the country, be it male or female. ठीक है? Then we have one option of female FPO. Now that is very, very important solution that has worked out for dairy sector. You would have heard of Amul. What is it? Jawaharlal Nehru. Anand Milk Union Limited. आगे cooperative, correct, that is a cooperative, क्योंकि दूध के साथ problem is perishability. ठीक है, तो you will be able to increase the shelf life of milk if you are able to open up such kind of cooperative. आप जहां भी dairy farmers हो, please bring the milk to one place, we will process it, pack it and sell it off. ठीक है, वैसे ही agriculture में we need to shift towards a farmer cooperative. These farmer cooperatives are known as farmer producer organizations और FPOs, जो हमारे यहाँ ऑलरेडी फार्मर से रिलेटेड है. ठीक है, यू वुड हैव हर्ड ऑफ सो मेनी किसान सेवक संघ. अभी जो फार्मर प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा था दिल्ली में, देयर वर आल्सो सो मेनी FPOs हु वर प्रोटेस्टिंग देयर. ठीक है, तो इनका क्या इंटेंशन है, दैट व्हाटएवर बी द फार्मर्स, यू ब्रिंग योर प्रोड्यूस, वी विल ब्रिंग इट टू वन प्लेस, पैक इट, प्रोसेस इट एंड सेल इट ऑफ. और इससे जो लार्ज स्केल में रेवेन्यू मिलेगा, दिस रेवेन्यू वी विल डिवाइड अमंग्स आवरसेल्व्स. But क्योंकि we have extra revenue, so if you need it for this year, you have marriage at home, you need it for this year because your crop failed, you needed it for this year because somebody is suffering from TB, I will give you extra revenue as a loan. You need to repay it back to the FPO. This is how a cooperative works. ठीक है, किसी भी तरीके, बैंक का भी कोऑपरेटिव ऐसे ही काम करता है. बैंक कोऑपरेटिव में all of us are the owners. Whoever is a member will be the owner. ठीक है, हम लोग बेसिकली पैसे को पूल करते हैं, इस पैसे को इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, we'll bring that money and divide it amongst the investors. You are understanding this? ठीक है, तो इस तरीके का फीमेल FPO प्रमोट करने की जरूरत है. Additionally, circular local economy को प्रमोट करने की जरूरत है. Circular economy is a very important solution for all kind of environment related problems. Circular economy मतलब every product that is being created is fed back into the system. कैटल रियरिंग से गोबर मिला, फीड इट टू द एग्रीकल्चरल फील्ड्स. एग्रीकल्चरल फील्ड से राइस हस्क मिला, फीड इट टू द कैटल्स. लेट्स से एक्वाकल्चर से यूरिया मिला, फीड इट टू द एग्रीकल्चरल फील्ड्स. यू आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग दिस? तो सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी विल एंश्योर दैट देयर इज नो लीकेज इन द सिस्टम. एवरीथिंग दैट कम्स आउट एज एन आउटपुट विल बी फेड बैक एज एन इनपुट टू द सिस्टम. ठीक है, we will be able to deal with so many problems related to chemical fertilizer, water usage, soil infertility, soil salinity. बहुत सारी problems के साथ इस problem को solve कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, this was, it's already 12. Okay, please note down this question. Whenever you get time in this week, please try to answer this question. This topic is very important for this year's mains. But अगर इस साल नहीं पूछा तो it will be for you guys. 25, it will be coming in 26, correct? Biofortification can be a solution. Biofortification is a very generalistic solution, but yes, you can write it. Biofortification का upskilling has to be done to the female farmers. Done? Can we proceed? Okay. Okay, this mains topic we will not be delving into because I don't know whether we'll be able to finish it off. Velpur, I was saying ki Velpur, I'll tell you about the summary of this issue. Velpur is a place in Telangana. Anybody from Telangana? Velpur is a village in Telangana, one of the most infamous village of the country for child labor. ठीक है, सबसे ज्यादा cases of child labor, not only in their own area, but they were suppliers of child labor to the industrial sectors all across South India. ठीक है, this village has been declared as child labor free ward within a period of 100 days because of the community led initiative. So it's a remarkable achievement. एक तो चाइल्ड लेबर को कम करने के लिए, प्लस कम्युनिटी लेड इनिशिएटिव इज ऑलवेज अ सस्टेनेबल इनिशिएटिव. ये चलता है, ठीक है. whenever government invests in something, it might be that it doesn't work, but if community has taken an initiative, usually it is a long term solution. ठीक है. So that long term solution has worked out for Velpur. ठीक है. तो this can be extended to other areas also, other parts of the country जहां भी child labor face कर रहे हैं हम लोग ये problem, those problems can also be solved by taking up the initiatives that this village has taken. ठीक है. तो I don't know when will your next class start? It should start now itself. Because your this class was scheduled from 11 to 12. It's 12:07. I don't know whether to continue or not. Acha, the community, what the steps have been taken by community? If I talk about the steps, so these were largely they have ensured that if a child labor is there from a particular family, this child must enter into school premises. Okay? Or whatever after your labor hours, we will be putting up night schools. Okay? So after your labor only you start working in schools. Okay? और जो भी एम्प्लॉयर होते थे चाइल्ड लेबर के, all of them were called in the village panchayat, and naming and shaming of these employers used to take place. He say this person has employed these many number of children, so out of shame they will forego the loans taken by the family. Otherwise child labor ka one of the primary causes, the parents have taken loan and they have sent their children to repay that loan, that my child will be working in your home for these many number of years to repay that loan. ठीक है. So the employer used to forego that loan out of that shame that he has to answer in front of so many people that he has employed a child labor. Understood? That is also one of the initiative that they have done. Children were sent to bridge schools, ठीक है, और हर एक बच्चे का ट्रैकिंग होता था. ठीक है, कि if this child was after the school hours was sent to school, was the child provided with food, was the child provided with books, uniform, वो आज अटेंड किया या नहीं, the toilets were present or not. Initially na, when some of the committed officials were doing this task, ठीक है, certain government officials were given this task, that they took up this task, that they went to every village and then told them नहीं आप अपने बच्चे को काम पर मत भेजो, you please send the child to school. ठीक है. तो there was immense amount of public criticism to these officials. These officials even faced this criticism that they were organ traffickers. ठीक है. There was rumor which was circulated in that village that these are organ traffickers, अपने बच्चे को इनके पास मत भेजना, don't send your child to these people. ठीक है. But slowly and slowly, few members of the villages agreed that okay, we will agree to whatever they are saying, and I'll start sending my child to the schools. And they started seeing the change because of some villagers, other villagers also agreed, and slowly and gradually they were able to pull up the children into school premises. Plus, additionally, they were also causing naming and shaming through public meetings of the employers. ठीक है? And the employers used to write off the loans. Ki whatever the loan family has taken, I will write it off. I will forego that so that you don't need to send your child to the labor as a labor. ठीक है? और बाद में गवर्नमेंट भी चार्ज लेने लगी कि इस तरीके के स्कूल में बेटर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, टीचर्स आर रेगुलर. It is not that the teachers are working like a government school teacher, they are actually teaching in those classes. ये सारे facilities को भी provide करने लगी, so we were able to solve this problem to a great extent. ठीक है? Okay. Government का initiatives in terms of child labor prohibition, where we have a very important act कि up to 14 years of age we do not allow child labor. You would have heard this fundamental right. ठीक है. But 14 to 18 में non hazardous based employment is permitted. Additionally, entertainment industry will act as an exception. Entertainment industry में less than 14 years भी you can work, 14 to 18 maybe you can work, because entertainment industry is presumed to be non-hazardous only. Entertainment industry में hazardous work में again children will not be allowed. Understood? ठीक है? Then we have a national policy on child labor. ये target कर रहा था 1987 में that by 2020 we will be eliminating child labor in India, because the policy has not been fulfilled. We have not been able to eliminate child labor in India, so the policy has currently been extended. ठीक है? और बहुत ही recently, thanks to Kailash Satyarthi, you know Kailash Satyarthi? हाँ हाँ. Okay. Anything else about him? What about NGO? What NGO is he working with? Kailash Satyarthi had won Nobel Prize. He is a Nobel Prize winner with Malala Yousafzai. Malala Yousafzai, you have heard? Who is she? Huh. Women empowerment, correct. Women education and women empowerment. But as far as I remember, she's not from Pakistan, Afghanistan. ठीक है? So both of them have shared the Nobel Peace Prize. ठीक है? Kailash Satyarthi is a very renowned name to eliminate child labor. और उनके initiative, all his NGOs is about elimination of child labor only. It is because of Kailash Satyarthi that India has ratified 2 ILO convention. ILO stands for International Labour Organization. इसका 2 convention है, 138 and 182. Both of them has been asked in prelims. 138 was related to minimum age of working, and 182 is regarding hazardous work mein employment should not be allowed by any country. India has ratified this convention. Signed or ratified में difference होता है. Signed मतलब I told you that I will do it in my country, but I did not do. Once you implement a law in your country such that this signed agreement will be implemented, that is known as ratification. ठीक है? So India has passed a law to accept this, that is ratification. और ये दो treaties we have ratified, 138 and 182. ठीक है? Both of them were asked in exam. Then we have some data. That data you see, I think you will be able to understand the data. If you have any doubt after this, please let me know. Okay, I'll share the PPTs with you. If you have any doubt, please do let me know. Okay, thank you so much.
Online class, am I audible? online class? Someone read out these topics. Just read it out loud.
Performance subordinate judiciary, performance trade index 2.0, alcohol regulation in India, PM Conning scheme, FRA cells, Magna Carta, blueprint for democracy.
One thing about your polity prelims, especially if you see the statement kind of questions, all of these have the chance of coming directly as a heading. Understanding? These are not going to be, yes, on this topic inside they'll ask some question. These topic itself they will ask us questions. Okay, this makes it very important. First, reforming subordinate judiciary. See, one thing with respect to UPSC prelims that they like to do is do wordplay. Wordplay means give you a word, okay, but mean it in some other way. I'll give you one example. 2025 prelims, this year prelims, they try to do this. The thing that they asked was regarding ordinance. Okay, polity is done for you all, right? I'm just going to ask few statements, you just answer. Ordinance can be made on all the topics that Parliament can make laws on. This is the first topic. Ordinance cannot abridge fundamental rights. Understanding? Ordinance is applicable from previous date or behind date or back date. In this, which of the statements are correct, which of them are wrong? Just give me an idea. First, I'll take one statement. Ordinance, now you will be having to think, what exactly is ordinance? What is it?
In the absence of parliament.
Excellent. In the absence of parliament, temporarily, president can pass some law. So the first statement, is it correct? An ordinance can make laws on all topics that parliament can make laws. Okay, I'm going to go by majority. You guys have told yes. An ordinance cannot abridge fundamental rights. Okay, what does abridge mean? Sorry? Violate. Other words? Bear with me, my voice is bad today. Violate, then? Override. Okay, so you have told yes. Can an ordinance be passed from a previous date or behind date or a back date? Okay, no. Then you feel only third is correct. Okay. See, the reason we're discussing this question is on this topic directly it can be asked questions, right? What they have to do is just change few words. Instead of all this, if I just put retrospective law, which means something that can be applicable from a previous date, this statement would be right. Okay. Similar manner, when I say subordinate judiciary, see now, okay, you know, fine, it is, you are in a normal classroom temperature, this is all working fine. But when you are in exam, somewhere there you will start wondering which exactly forms subordinate judiciary. Subordinate judiciary is otherwise equal to something you call as district courts. Understanding? Nowadays, the topic on this is very larger. Reason being, there is huge amount of pendency of cases. More than 85% of the cases, see, if you see the common people, if they know something called as judiciary, it is only because of district courts. There itself, 85% of the cases are pending. Okay. Now, in these topics, right, they will ask all of this like this in a statement form. But the way they ask is in the way that you have to understand and not be consumed only by your facts. Meaning 85% of the cases of district courts are pending. That is first thing. Second thing, does it mean judiciary is not doing a good role? Judiciary is doing a good role. Now we can tell, why not you increase the number of working hours or number of cases they take up? Ideally, throughout the world, the number of cases one judiciary per day should handle, or let's say per month you have to handle, or per year you have to handle, is limited. Let's say if it's around 200 for every other judiciary throughout the world, Indian judiciary is handling more than 750 cases. Despite this, there is 85% pendency of cases. And also Indian judiciary, almost this is their motto or slogan: justice delayed is justice denied. The reason you have to know these kind of things is the statement questions that they tend to ask is almost very trivial based on understanding level. Okay, in this we have to see why the delays are. Just write down a small summation of this. Brief. You have to make it fast as fast. So the delay is not because judiciary is not doing much, it is doing much more. It is overworked. This is the word you have to remember. Judiciary is overworked, which means when I tell 200 cases world is doing, means 700 plus cases India alone is doing. Now, why is there a delay? First and foremost, judicial vacancy. This is the first prime reason. Judicial vacancy. See, with respect to judicial vacancy, when we tell, it can come because of a number of reasons. We will discuss. One of the thing is your possibility of recently your Supreme Court decided we will bring back 3-year gap rule. See, your just district courts or your subordinate courts are all focused in states only. Completely focused in states. The states are facing severe pendency of cases. So what they did, they have something called as judicial services. You all have civil services, no? Like that, they also have judicial services. Once you clear bar exam, okay, you can write this exam and you can become a young judge. Okay, immediately you are put to a judge position. Supreme Court intervened and told, let's cancel this. If you have to sit as a position of judge, you need some maturity. You need some experience. That is at least 3 years we should give them. So let's cancel this, is what they're telling. Already judiciary is extremely overworked, understaffed. These two are keywords: overworked, understaffed, right there. Alongside your judiciary's new rule of trying to bring back the 3-year gap is going to further strain. The states immediately want this to happen and not this, because they are telling, with existing pendency, how are we going to deal with this? Okay, this they can ask it directly in statement form of questions. Like the ordinance question, it was not difficult, but you just had to understand it. Now, with respect to constitutional provision, same thing, like I told in the statement kind of questions, either the second or third statement can be about the provisions. Constitutional provision starts from 233 to 237, which deals with appointment of district judges, all of these things. One particular article you have to see, all this is fine. Because this is a very high important topic, one article you have to get to know this. Article 236 defines the term judicial service. This year 2025 prelims pay, they have asked one question on your defection. Understanding? In that they have asked a question. Nowhere the term political party is used. but it is actually used. That was the statement kind of question. So this is for that. The term judicial service is nowhere used can be an actual statement. So according to Article 236, this means the term judicial service is defined. It is there in the Constitution. So this becomes important. You have to highlight, learn this. It's okay if you don't by heart this, but this term is there, you have to know. Okay, just this one thing is important, write this down. Done? You guys are writing? Shall I move ahead? One thing is, so what will happen if in case the judicial pendency is there? So what some people might get little bit delayed. This portion will be specifically important from your mains perspective when you're writing the answer. Wherein, first and foremost, when you tell there is pendency of cases, it does not mean that the person who has to get the justice, he is getting delayed. This will bring an entire image of how judiciary is in the people's mind. Now, for example, if we have an idea or opinion about government or traffic police, because of the experiences that we have, they will take bribes, they will take for everything, they will drag. Even if you have everything, they will find new things to take money from you. Why do we have this image? Because that is the experience we have with them. Same thing they have with judiciary. Now we can tell, so what people are having this means. Look at one important thing here. World Bank's Ease of Doing Business 2020 ranked India at 163rd position. It's a very bad ranking. For courts having a pendency and for ease of doing business, what is the link if you see? One main thing is any company that comes to set up here, any company anywhere in the world, they will always have some or the other legal issues. Anything. Okay? Even one local chaiwala, if he keeps here, he will also keep having some or the other issues. And if at all, if they have to enter the judicial system, already active pending cases, if they enter, imagine how much of delay that they will face. How much of economic losses it will happen to them. Okay, for ease of doing business means you have to make sure your rules, procedure, legal proceedings are simpler, easier, quicker. Only then, look at the word itself, ease of doing business will happen. So your pendency of cases, judicial delay has a direct impact on ease of doing business. The statement could even say judicial pendency is related to ease of doing business. It affects the economic implications of state. Yes or no? Write that down. Just the last one. Done? We'll move ahead. So what are the challenges? First and foremost, what happened? All okay? So what are the challenges that your judiciary is having? First and foremost is pendency of cases. How can we do this, or why is it having an issue? This is where you get to have examples. Again, this will be largely from your mains perspective, where all the other courts of the world, you see, even they will have the issues of same pendency. But the way they're trying to deal with is integrating AI, integrating technology, integrating digitization. Executive is more towards digital India. Government only speaks digital India. Whereas your judiciary is yet to get itself completely into the concept of digitization. Understanding? So first thing is integration of technology is not happening. Second thing is the cases movement, our cases movement is still the way we used to follow during British period of time. And fellow will bring one huge list of cases, he will place it, that will go to judge, he will read out, then they will tell that plaintiff is not there, this person is not there, that itself will take off half the day. But rather what we can do is use AI scheduling. First hand itself, before the case comes to that, it will see whether both the parties are present. If it's there, then only it will go. Otherwise, that will not itself go. This will save a lot of time. Second thing is, our judiciary is already overworking. But what we can do is we can create more concepts such as night shifts, We're not telling the same judges will come and work in the night shift also. More like double shifts. We hire more judges, but we give them in more shifts. So we can deal with the pendency of cases. Second thing is same, your ATS systems. If you see it, our traffic spy itself we have still not used. But slowly we are trying to integrate AI into our traffic for seamless flow of traffic. Same concept should be considered for judiciary cases. Seamless flow of cases without the traffic, only through AI scheduling. Understanding? So here you have to give a comparison between traffic and cases. You make that comparison. Another main issue with your judiciary is representation of SC, ST, OBC, women, otherwise marginalized communities. That is very underrepresented. So for this reason, the suggestion would be judiciary has to set up diversity pool within themselves, that people from all the sections should be brought in, only then it can be addressed well. Yes, reservation under whatever we use 15 and 16 pay, that should be applicable even in judiciary. No, not specifically. When you say in your executive's pay, the same way it's applicable, it's not applicable in your judiciary. That is why if you see in Supreme Court and High Court, the number of women complete, including the people who are working as peons, clerks also, it is less than 6%. Judicial services they have started now. In this they are trying to give. But in the top management, that's not how your employment works in your High Court or Supreme Court. That is through your collegium system. That is again one of the most opaque systems. In that opaque system, representation of SC, ST, OBC women is extremely less. Okay, so we have two versions in our district courts only. One is in your civil side, one more is in your criminal side. Okay. So what can be done? Just read out the heading.
Can be taken as subordinate.
First thing is fill judicial vacancies, digitization, AI-driven case management, optimize court infrastructure. These examples I want you to write down. Thailand, digital case management. Brazil, e-process system. Night courts and double shifts in Ghana, AI-based scheduling, Malaysia. Mains perspective, these are the ones that you have to mandatorily give. See, we have something called as e-courts already, not even e-warrants. We have something called e-courts, mobile courts, but still compared to the population that we have, it is not yet effectively delivering it. The output ratio is very less. E-warrant system, yes, all of those would work as long as judiciary first integrates IT. Done? You're not able to see? Which one? Tell me, I'll dictate it. The last one? Night courts and double shifts in Ghana. Night courts and double shifts in Ghana. AI-based scheduling, Malaysia. Done? Because see, first of all, during pandemic, it was said that the cases, even if you had to move to court, you were curbed because of lockdown. You could not go physically access the courts. No. The fact that you will be able to access courts, but you don't want to access and use other source, that is good. You're not able to access itself is not a good thing in a democracy. Done? So first thing is, what are the issues in judiciary means? You can remember it through judge tab. What are the areas that need works to be done? Someone just read these out.
judicial agencies will get enforced timely use of technology, litigation and local adalats, governance economy, administrative and financial freedom, evaluation, performance audits, and accountability.
That's right. Training, access to justice, physical infrastructure. Okay. So you can remove, and this will be applicable for prelims and mains in statement kind of questions as to what are the issues. Okay. More than prelims, this would be useful for your mains. You want to write it down? One is double shifts, one more is night shift, and one main thing is first start hiring judges. The issue that happens with hiring judges is your issue with your executive and your judiciary. Your see, whole point is collegium system. 99th Constitutional Amendment Act NJSC was brought in. You know about NJSC? NJSC is where collegium system means your judiciary, Supreme Court and High Court, for all the judges position. One Chief Justice of India is there, right? He will put in 4 other senior most judges of Supreme Court. They will only decide who will become the judges of Supreme Court and High Court. But apart from them, no one else will do why and who these people are selected. And they will not even tell why these people were selected, how these people were selected. Possibility is they could have even have any favors. It could be their relatives, means obviously they will pick them. Possibility is there, but no one can ask them, why have you picked this person? Why have you not picked this person? This is the most opaque system. There is no transparency, no accountability. To deal with this, your judiciary, that is your executive, brought in something called as NJAC, National Judicial Appointments Committee, wherein they said in the selection committee only, Chief Justice is there, 4 senior most judges are there. Alongside that, we will add executive members also. We will add some eminent personalities also. So basically, executive will also be deciding who will be the judge of Supreme Court and High Court. If executive is going to tell that, then they will pick someone who will be favorable to the government side. When they introduced this bill, they introduced it. It was a constitutional amendment bill. So you know how much of majority is needed. Lok Sabha pe they passed. Rajya Sabha pe they passed. Opposition was crying it heart out. Finally, they begged, borrowed everything. Finally, they passed it. They went to the president's signature, and then it came out as 99th Constitutional Amendment Act, which is NJAC. Your Supreme Court did one master trick. It said, when government decided to keep executive members in the selection committee, it meant there is a violation of independence of judiciary. So why your independence of judiciary is a basic structure of constitution. Because this NJSC violates that, judiciary is now going to strike down this 99th Constitutional Amendment Act as invalid and void, and it struck it down under the powers of Article 13 and Article 32 of Judicial Review. This triggered the executive so much that, wait, I begged all of this opposition, fell to their feet and did everything and brought this, and you just told it struck down, violated, and now again I'm back to route 1. So because of, they can't show their anger anywhere else. You can't even speak or criticize about any judge or judgment. Contempt of court is there in our country. So how is the one way they try to take revenge on judiciary? Don't fill any positions. Put more cases, but don't hire them. Because who is appointing the judges of Supreme Court and High Court? President. But who is selecting the people? Judiciary. How is the only place your executive can try to control your judiciary? In the appointment. You keep giving me the list, I will not appoint anyone. That is your executive. If you see, 90% of the cases is government cases only. Now, judiciary can try to tell, somehow I will take to revenge on this fellow, I will not take his case, but judiciary has original jurisdiction, which means first, if any government case comes up, even if other cases are there, they have to take that cases up. So they know judiciary is overburdened, but still they will not agree to this. Why? Because judiciary strikes whatever they put it as laws. So this cat and mouse keeps on going. Now, if you see, is there no answer to this? No. Again, they have tried to bring back NJSC 2.0. The debate has started. We have to wait and watch who will cancel who. Understanding? So the mains question, just read it out. So basically, this will be how your model answer will be. Simple, you will give an introduction which will speak about, to directly address the question. They have asked, it is the backbone of judiciary, which means majority of people are coming in contact with your district courts only. If they know something as judiciary, it is district courts. Suffers from systemic challenges, which means you start from there only. 85% of the cases are pending. Okay, women are not hired more, SC, ST, OBC, these people are not into these more. Key reforms, again the judge tab, okay, the same mnemonic you will use here. So issues, reforms, conclusion, this much only it should be. You just have to know this version. Filling in is easier. Intro, challenges, reforms, conclusion, just that. Okay. Second question, discuss the desirability of greater representation to women in higher judiciary to ensure diversity, equity, inclusiveness. This was 2021 mains question. Again, same concept. You will discuss the issues as to how the present scenario is, what can be done, same judge tab, that same mnemonics will apply. Irrespective of question, same mnemonic will apply. Then a small conclusion. Understanding? I will share these slides with you. You can have a good look at it later. 2017 question, critically examine Supreme Court's judgment on NJSC with reference to appointment of judges on higher judiciary in India. The same thing that we spoke about, NJSC versus collegium debate. You will mention the pros and cons of NJSC and collegium. This is your prelims question. With reference to Indian judiciary, consider the following statements. Any retired judge of Supreme Court of India can be called back to sit and act as Supreme Court judge by Chief Justice of India with prior permission of the President of India. Correct or wrong? Remember ad hoc judges? Ad hoc judges, polity pe? Your polity faculty will start crying now then. Okay. Ad hoc judges basically means that because your judiciary is trying to work with what it is able to have. They also know severely they are understaffed and they are having very huge pendency of cases. So they are having this one provision where after your retirement, you will walk out, you're done. Chief Justice of India to handle with this huge amount of vacancy, because either the executive is not hiring, they also know that. So they're trying to work around. They're asking the retired judges only, if for this case at least I have some people, I need some people to fill this, will you come work for me? Okay, ad hoc means temporary for particular case levels. All my other judges are filled up, more like consider as substitute teacher. No other option, something has to be done. So this provision is there where Chief Justice of India can ask a retired judge to come back, but he has to take prior permission of President. Second is, a higher court in India has the power to review its own judgment as the Supreme Court does. Yes, that is where we see the differences of opinions. Your Keshwanand Bharti case is different, Berubari Union case is different. Okay, so these differences is because court will keep correcting its own judgment. Both the statements are correct. According to Article 128, they can call a retired judge to come back and work. According to Article 226 and 215, they can review their own judgments. Next is PM Vani scheme. Okay, this is more regarding to your try. The reason it's coming to news is, can someone just read it? Can you read this out loud?
Public data office, UPSC, under the PM scheme, in order to public Wi-Fi affordable, while also providing reasonable compensation for the broadband connection to service.
See, apart from whatever it is you have to know, the slides I will share, but main thing I'll tell you. Just previously we discussed government is going behind digital India. Yes or no? Which means they are trying to digitize everything. One of the main ways, if they have to digitize something, first they have to set up infrastructure. Yes or no? Compared to the last 10 years and now, the internet prices, back 10 years back, you used to get 1 month by 1 GB. Do you remember we used to switch off the Wi-Fi or your internet when you're not using, so as to it will not consume more. Sometimes we had to wait up until night time to watch so that internet will be fast and it will consume less. Back then we used to get 1 GB 1 month. Now 1 GB 1 day plus additional 1 GB, you can add unlimited GBs, right? This is all happening because of the innovations that is having your optic fiber cable connectivity, all of this coming in. But still in areas where India has a very rough terrain, we have our northernmost places, northeastern places, where the geography does not permit for easy infrastructure. That is setting up of cables, lines, pipes. This is very difficult. If that is one issue India faces, another issue India faces is physically, constantly, if you see, if there is some strikes, first thing is burn the buses, burn the government things. And second thing is burn all the government related things. Our eastern belt of India is affected with Naxalism, which means anything happens, first make sure you heard that. So amidst these areas, still government is trying to bring connectivity. Okay, this is part of its umbrella scheme of Digital India. Write down Digital India as an umbrella scheme. This was a statement kind of question. And another way that they are trying to make sure connectivity is very affordable, so that a lot of people from any section, low income group, middle income group or high income group also can have access to Digital India. See, government can tell, yes, for everyone I'm going to give it at affordable rates. But the companies will not be ready to give it affordable rates. So what government does is, you give the people at affordable rates, I will give you the remaining compensation. Understanding? This is the whole point of PM Vani scheme, which is Wi-Fi affordability. That is one word, and bracket period on compensation will be by the government. Understanding? Affordability. Done? रोजगार की अवसर लाई PM Vani Wi-Fi. Individuals in residential area can serve as public data office and provide Wi-Fi service. So basically they are trying to make sure, with this, can I make employment? In more, earlier you used to have this something called as place where systems would be there, you would go and use that to play games. What was it? Cyber center. I don't even know the name of it. Cyber center. Yes, so that cyber center concept was employable. Today, is anyone running telling that, yes, I'm going to benefit from cyber center? Same concept of cyber center, but here you will not give the system, but you will rather give the internet. Okay, basically they're just trying to make sure in that localized area, through this someone is able to generate employment because of rugged terrain. Northeastern areas, mountainous regions, they're not able to do this. So more like your chai wala shops are there, na? Like that, one place where you can have broadband connectivities. Okay. PM Vani stands for Prime Minister's Wi-Fi Access Network Interface. Write that down. Aims to expand availability of public Wi-Fi hotspots. That is where that house will come, that chai wala house, cyber center, that concept. Done? We'll move ahead. So basically, same thing, affordable internet access to urban poor and rural population. 4 are the main features. Just write down PDO, Public Data Office, PDOA, App Provider, Central Registry. Key themes, just that words. Again, statement kind of question ke liye. Just these words, no need to write full forms. Then what are the other government schemes or initiatives which are also based on providing internet accessibility? National Broadband Mission, National Broadband Mission 1.0. This was for 2022 only. For you for 2026 prelims, this is important. National Broadband Mission 2.0. Again, same thing. Everyone are trying to bring in the same thing. Digital transformation to India. We will try to connect the global network services to India. Basically, provide infrastructure to India. Okay, then is Gati Shakti Sanchar portal. Basically, again, infrastructure building. You will lay optical fiber cables so as to bring in connectivity. This is the scheme names. National Broadband Mission. Under that, you have 1.0, 2.0, various subsections. Done? We'll move ahead. This is the same things, previous ones, nothing of this year importance, but just the schemes. I will either way be giving it to you. You will get it. One important thing is your Telecommunications Act 2023 and Right of Way Rules 2024. Write this down. This is very important. I'll tell you why. Just the first one. Okay. See, one of the constant issues that India has with respect to any losses, overcomplicated loss, not easily understandable to laymen, and it is only beneficial to only few higher companies who are dealing with this. See, commonly what we know, Jio, Airtel. So only top players are there. The bottom raft cannot even think of coming into this ambit. So they wanted to bring in an ecosystem. The word I'm using is very important. An ecosystem where anyone, irrespective of their financial background, can also venture into this. By this, if we try to do, we can cover all the local bases. See, your top brands and companies will largely be focused on your tier 1 and tier 2 cities where they can earn more. Tier 3 cities or remote cities where they won't even bother going and setting up that much of installations and doing that much money. So we need someone who will be a local vendor who will spend enough money just so that through there he can generate employment for himself as well as to those people. Internet connectivity is there. This is one way where they try to bridge that gap and not be favorable only to the higher ups but also everyone in the level playing field. Okay, that is the importance of your Telecommunications Act 2023 and Right of Way rules. Next is your BharatNet program. BharatNet is an old scheme where they are just trying to bring in digital connectivity to rural areas. Another thing is submarine OFC connectivity. You are trying to connect the coastal areas also with internet connectivity. Okay. Because you said the first word was try, and I told you statement kind of question, they like using this kind of points. TRAI is Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. It was established in 1997. This is the one guy who is always dealing with telecommunication sector. So put a word TRAI hyphen telecommunication sector keyword. Just from this, I'm going to ask you a question. Is TRAI, I'm going to give 4 options. Constitutional body, extra constitutional body, statutory body, executive body. Why? Simple, because it's coming out of an act. Anything that comes out of an act is a statutory body. Understanding? Write that also. Vani hotspot, this is important for prelims. The previous one I told you, judge tab is important from mains perspective. This is important from your prelims perspective, which means what are the aspects of PM Vani scheme? Write this down. W stands for Wi-Fi, A, affordable internet, N, no license for PDOs, public data office. That is, you do not have to run behind each government office telling give license, give license. That is what I told you. They're trying to streamline the process. Even a person from a local area can benefit from this. I is interoperability, H, high-speed internet, open architecture, telecom regulator, simplified registration, public data offices, opportunities for entrepreneurship, and tiered system. Just this is important to you. Okay, Pani hotspot, this is from prelims perspective. Okay. See, which one did you ask? Interoperability means, see, each time there is this concept of 3G, 4G, 5G. Our phones are not even equipped. But one thing with interoperability means one key rule. This is key rule for all the countries, developing and least developed, in your governance. The meaning is, with existing infrastructure, you have to be able to operate to any new things that will come. You may have only things that will have house 2G, but you should have additions to it in such a places that you will be able to handle 3G also, 4G also, 5G also. So any new additions that will come with this existing infrastructure, you should be able to handle that with minimal modifications. Okay. So otherwise this is called as resource utilization and reutilization. That is the keyword for your governance also. Resource utilization and reutilization. Main aspect of good governance. Done? 2022 prelims question. Arogya Setu, Cowin, DigiLocker, Diksha. All of these are open source digital platforms. I'm actually telling you the answer. That is because this was post-pandemic time, right? So post-pandemic time, they wanted to make sure that everything is from your digital sourcing, including your DigiLockers. Okay, so everything they will be trying to use without having to physically visit the office. This is where the key rule of governance will come in. Minimum government, maximum governance. Write that, put that in a block. Minimum government, maximum governments. Arogya Setu, Cowin, DigiLocker, Diksha. You do not have to buy heart or go through these schemes. These are pandemic time wala schemes. Present times, like for example, we mentioned of PM Vani. Those in depth, it's needed. Done? We'll move ahead. Performance Grading Index 2.0. I read on the heading of this is important. The Ministry of Education Performance Grading Index is basically you're trying to see how the students are trying to perform. We have two other organizations which will be important here, means Pratham, it's an NGO, NGO Pratham, and Acer Survey. These two are keywords, write that down. Statement kind of questions, they tend to give this. Acer Survey, Pratham NGO. These two are the key bodies which are also having a very key important performance of how education is in India. In this, they have highlighted the way we have given education is to such an extent that 5th standard children, more than 70% of 5th standard children are not even able to read a 1st standard book. Understanding? More than 75% of 5th standard students are not even able to read a 1st standard book. Write that down. More than 75% of the 5th standard students are not able to read a 1st standard book. Okay. The reason that they found out is because no detention policy. One of the main reason is no detention policy. Done? Here we will be discussing about your GER status or gross enrollment ratio. Article 21A, what does it say? Excellent. RTE, right to education. Everyone between 6 to 14 years of age are compulsorily to get education, otherwise primary education. India mandatorily gives free of cost everything only for primary education, not for education, only for primary education. Let's assume up until your 10th standard. Okay, let's put a bigger mark and put it by 15. The mark is we consider you have to have finished your 10th standard. So what happened is government was so much focused on trying to make sure literacy levels should improve. Our India should have higher enrollment ratio, which means GER means gross enrollment ratio. Anywhere that I find 6 years or 4, this category is the keyword. 6 years ka children means mandatory thing that the government started following was they all have to be in school. This is where your ASHA workers, government schemes, midday meal scheme, they tried to implement everyone. Some places they even gave money. If you send your children to school, we'll give you money for one-time offer. All the states tried to do. One more thing is education is a concurrent list topic. Both center and states can make laws. So they decided, yes, now we have achieved 100% success in enrollment ratio. Somehow they did everything and they brought them to school. Issues started after that. Okay, enrollment is 100%, but the same is not continuing. 2 months they will drop out, 3 months they will drop out, 3 standards later they will drop out, 5th standard they will drop out, 6th standard they will drop out. Dropout rates were higher. Enrollment ratio was higher. Again, dropout rates, which means discontinuing of education was also very higher. And another thing that happened with respect to your education is they wanted to address this dropout rates. Dropout rates were happening for different reasons, but our government was so focused, majority of the southern states, they thought there should be something called as no detention policy. Up until you reach 8th standard, we keep an exam. If you fail also, you will go to next standard. So there is no point of keeping exams, but still that was what was happening. In this, they discovered, especially after your Subramaniam committee report and all, the education we have focused on only quantity, we have forgotten about quality. What is the point of giving an education when 5th standard kids are not able to read one 1st standard book? If they go to 8th standard, they will not be able to read 2nd standard book then. If they go to 10th standard, they will not be able to read a 3rd standard book then. So what is the point of giving such an education when it is completely useless to them? So this is when they started thinking that let's bring back the concept of detention. Which means, let's say a student has failed. Immediately we will not tell him, okay, you have failed, now you will go back and sit. We will give 2 months of time. The teacher will have to train the student and again retake the exam after training. In here also, if the student fails, then only he will repeat that year. Southern states have disagreed to this detention policy. They want to continue with no detention. The reason being, they told, already dropout, we are not able to sustain the children in school. In that, if we bring this also, definitely they will not come to school because that is a big demotivation, especially at such a young age. Because the whole point of children coming to school is food and friends. Okay, you are giving food previously, again, if they are repeating also. But if they lose their friends, in their mind automatically you are creating that they are dullards or they are not competent enough. This creates a way that they will not want to come back to school whatsoever. At that point of time, we have to only physically go drag them and come. That is not permitted in our constitution. So this is the debate between your no detention policy and your NEP 2020, new education policy of 2020, which speaks about giving more of quality education rather than quantity of the education. In this performance grading index is what we have found out all these things. Write down a gist summary of this. The first school that is not wanting to go for detention is Karnataka. That was the first state that voiced out telling we will not do detention policy. Done? So this is about how they try to do grading the performance and all. You do not need all that. They try to see learning outcome, quality, access, infrastructure, facilities. Many places infrastructure is there, no faculties are there. Infrastructure and faculty are there, students are not there. Okay, so they are trying to bring in teacher education, quality training, all of those things. This is prelims perspective. The way they are deciding is based on 1000 points. This tak is not important for you. Daksh means highest scores. Akanchi means lowest scores. Write this down. This is from prelims perspective. In the grading, they are having two systems. Daksh is highest scoring. Akanchi is lowest scoring. According to your performance grading index 2.2, the top performer is Chandigarh. Chandigarh has been the top performer in all 3 consecutive years. No, that is the thing that they are trying to tell. Literacy is increasing according to the concept of literacy rate. The way you are trying to measure someone is literate or not is very basic. If you are able to write your name and read, you are a literate. That itself we are performing so badly. In that, if you have to see how the performance is, then our list is very opposite. First state of India to become. Okay. No. Kerala is already a 100% literate state. So there are states which are having literacy rates. So what? Okay. You are asking?
Because they're able to read and write properly.
Literacy is very basic. See, it has nothing to do with performance and literacy. That's what she just asked. You having to tell whether you are a literate or not. The way we measure, if you are able to write your name and read one sentence, you are a literate. And if you're able to even sign your name, that's it. So the concept of literacy, and also previously we discussed, remember, gross enrollment ratio. You just have to step into the school. That's all is how we are calculating GER ratio. 100%. India is telling it has 100% GER ratio. But if you see actuality, the way they are entering is fine because you're tempting them with everything. I will give you money, I will give you books, I will give you almost like how politicians keep pressurizing us to vote for them. That's exactly how we try to get the students into the school. But the continuation is not happening. They are dropping out at every stage. Girl children, especially your SC, ST, OBC, your Muslims, minority, etc. It is decreasing after 8th standard. They are not going. One of the hygiene things, most places there are not even enough let's say bathrooms. Infrastructure facilities are very terrible, but that they are not focusing. Performance wise 100% GR is there or not there? Literacy also, the way we are keeping the literacy rate is very less. Any state can achieve that. Only thing is they have to make sure at least they should be able to read and write, and not too complicated things. Basic, sign your name, read few words, not even statements, read few words. That's it, you're illiterate. PGIS? Ministry of Education. No, that is a private body. But those two are the bodies which give actual good survey. Okay, Chandigarh has topped the list. From past 3 consecutive years, Chandigarh only has held this place. If you see more than 600 to 700, I told you 1000 is the limit, right? No state has crossed 700 odd. The last is 703, that is the highest score. No state has crossed this score, which means the most top ranking of 700 to 1000, there is no state that is coming in that list. Is important for statement kind of question, write that. Higher the marks you get for 1000, that is good. The maximum marks we are getting is only 703, and that is by Chandigarh, and last 3 years that is only getting that. Next is your Punjab and Delhi. Okay. Next, in your 581 to 640 range, mid-level range coming is Kerala, Gujarat, Odisha, Haryana, Goa, Maharashtra, Rajasthan. See, like you asked, Kerala is 100% literate state, but its performance is in the mid-range. But if you see, Chandigarh has not did 100% literacy, but its performance is better. Right? Performance and literacy, both opposite factors we will see. This range pe Kerala, Gujarat, Odisha, Haryana, Goa, Maharashtra. Okay. Bottom performers. See, your Mizoram is come back. Okay. Literacy and performance have nothing to do with each other. Yes. Bottom performers are Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Nagaland, Bihar. How is it? Sorry? I told you, no? See, learning access, infrastructure, teachers, the teachers who are teaching, whether they have been qualified in any teachers entrance test, what is the infrastructure facility, how much the students are learning, whether those learning, they are able to read that. 5th standard kids should at least be able to read 5th standard book, but we are keeping the measures so low, at least are they able to read 1st standard book? That is also not they are able to read. So if you are able to apply something, see, in government schools, the way you try to ask is 5 questions will be asked. 1 plus 1 is how much? What comes after D? These kind of questions also they are not able to answer. Okay. Middle performers are again your Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh. Okay. No. See, Mizoram, Meghalaya, you cannot tell them they are tribal people. They are northeastern states. Northeastern state does not mean they are tribal people. These states, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, these states have more tribal people. Compared to those states, these states have more tribal people. Tribal section of people are there doesn't mean that they will not have to get an education. See, further schemes we will be discussing PM Jani-Man scheme. In that, you are trying to bring education even to the most vulnerable tribal groups. What you call in polity as PVGTs. What is it? It is important to give them an education. It is not important to make them a literate. It is important to give them an education. Understanding? Education is different, literacy is different. Theoretically, we have to try to give them education is what we are trying to do. But in turn, what we are trying to make them is just literates. This is where NEP 2020 tries to address this gap. The states have considerably increased performance, okay, compared to 23 to 24. Government initiatives, that is schemes with respect to education, is National Education Policy 2020. Your mainstay, if at all there is something about education, the first scheme has to pop out is NEP 2020. Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, midday meal scheme, Ekalavya model schools. This is specifically target for your tribal children. Okay. Rajiv Gandhi National Fellowship Scheme, National Program on Technology Advanced Learning, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, Pragyata, PM Shri Schools. Again, these are also focused at your tribal children and learning for them, or more of modeled on residential schools. There are few things that I'll tell it here that you have to by heart, irrespective of what, because any question on education you have to write. Write on first is NEP, NEP 2020. Next is Ekalavya Model Schools, bracket pe, residential schools, not like our version of residential schools. Tribal people ka education more focused on. PM Shri Schools, also same, residential model, tribal children. Then is Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, education to all. See, again, the components are different. Here, how much of center is contributing, how much of state contributing comes into difference. Done? Done? This was a 2012 prelims question. Which of the following provisions of Constitution of India does have a bearing on education? Yes, any doubts? DPSP, rural and urban local bodies, 5th schedule, 6th schedule, 7th schedule. See, up until here, no one had doubts. DPSP speaks about education. Urban and local bodies, basically a panchayat and municipalities also have to continue with education, maintain schools at least. 7th schedule speaks about lists, central list, state list, concurrent list. Concurrent list per education is there. Issue came for people in 5th and 6th schedule. See, in the option also they have tried to tempt you with the same option. 1, 2, 5, leaving out 3 and 4. Reason is 5th, 6th schedule, usually you will think what? It is union territories which are not having Mizoram, Assam, Tripura. But all of those, whether it is tribal areas, whether it is schedule areas, whether it is special state areas, every single thing focuses on basic core thing as education. Primary of education should be there. So in all of these, they have spoken about education. So DPSP, rural and urban local bodies, 7th schedule, this you will be able to answer. 5th and 6th schedule areas. Now, when you asked tribal areas pe also education is focused, this is the key aspect showing that yes, education is the core thing for your tribals also. Just write down these two, 5th and 6th schedule areas also. In that schedule, they have focused on education. Even though when you by heart, you will not see 5th and 6th schedule area with respect to education, but they focus on education. Done? This is again a 2021 mains question on population education and how to achieve them. First way with respect to population education is we are the most populous state. And the first thing you will try to do is how population is necessary, but at the same point of time, it should be capped. A limit should be there. Understanding? The southern states have been faring well with respect to population awareness, everything, but the northern states have not able to cap it. So again, here you will give out the objectives, measures, conclusion. Stick to the question. They themselves are asking what do you want to do. Objectives, measures. Only that. Understanding? These things I will share it with you, then you can have a look on that. How digital initiatives in India contributed to the functioning of education system in India? First and foremost, main thing is they are asking this in 2020. Post-pandemic, they are trying to focus on digital and education. This is where you will bring in all the schemes. Okay? Diksha, Swayam, E-Patashala, PM, E-Vidya. So basically, you had to mention a list of schemes. Next topic is FRA cell set up to facilitate Forest Rights Act. Again, the summation of same things that we were discussing. Your government also started something called as PM Jan Man scheme. Just write down, that is not there here. JANMAN. That was also started by Ministry of Tribal Affairs in 2023, where they wanted to give health, tribal affairs, PM Janman scheme, JANMAN, comes under Ministry of Tribal Affairs. One important thing about this particular scheme, whatever we are speaking now, and this has not direct relation, I will tell a little bit later why. PM Janman scheme, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, started 2023. Okay. The whole point of this scheme was to give education or to bring awareness about education, healthcare, basic standard of living for tribal people. Write that down. Education, healthcare, basic standard of living for tribal people. This scheme, PM Janman scheme, this scheme aims to cater more than 5 crore tribal population, aims to cater for more than 5 crore tribal population in 60,000 plus villages. Understanding? Based on the idea and the achievement this scheme started, they introduced this other scheme called as Dharti Ab Janjati Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan. Understand one thing clearly, based on the success or based on how the reach was for your PM Janman scheme, this scheme was started. What was this scheme? Dharti Aba Janjati Gram Utkarsh Abhiyan. Write this. This is a statement kind of question. This scheme was started based on the success and reach of PM Janman scheme. This was started in 2023-24. That is after your Janman scheme. 24 scheme this is. That is 23 ka scheme. Okay. If your PM Janman scheme speaks about giving education, healthcare, employment, those kind of aspects to the tribal people, this scheme focused on giving land rights, ownership, or even able to collect minor forest produce. Write down. Minor forest produce rights to the tribal people. If that focused on education, healthcare, basic standard of living, this tried to give the concept of ownership to tribal people. Ownership. This is to undo historical injustice. This is the keyword of this entire scheme. To undo historical injustice done to the tribal people. That is basically under your British period of time. To undo historical injustice done to the tribal people. Okay. Under this scheme is where your FRA cells were brought in. FRA means Forest Right Act cells. They are like almost like bodies which will be collecting all the information as to where the tribal people are, what are their source of occupation, what is their more of what is their livelihood, how can they be brought into the system where they can be getting ownership. Let's say they can't get ownership of an entire forest, but what can they do? They can tell, this forest pay you can go collect some timber, sell it in the market and make a livelihood for yourself. Yes or no? Whereas in a British period of time, the tribals were prohibited from entering forests. The whole point is tribals are forests. British rules were like that tribals should not enter forests. Where exactly are they supposed to live then? This is what is called as historical injustice. Understanding? This particular act tries to give them. See, today also you can't go claim a forest as mine and tell everyone to get out of there. Yes, but this act tells that yes, you can't claim an entire forest as yours. It is government of India ka, but all the products that you have there, you can sell. For example, you can do bee culture, apiculture. That is, you can sell honey. You can sell some minor forest products. and through that you can make some money. Okay, this is what your government is trying to do. Understanding? One issue that is coming up is, yes, this is coming again, this also will come under your Ministry of Tribal Affairs, is there are already bodies which are there for doing the same work. Okay, those are your state level panchayat bodies, okay, your district level bodies, all of them are also doing the same work. Now again, to their position, if you are bringing this forest right cells, again they are again having a conflict of interest. Yes or no? So this is one difficulty that it is faced. Okay, the whole point that they were brought is operate under DHG, that is the scheme, okay, guidelines, but they are having issue with the other bodies who are also doing the same thing. The mnemonics here is Dharti, which is development of tribal village. This is for the scheme. Development of tribal village, housing, aspiration district, rural infrastructure, targeted at saturation, inclusivity. Write this down. This is a present scheme, current scheme. This is important. One thing with respect to your housing is to focus on housing for your tribals. There is something called as Awas Plus mobile app. You know Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana? That's an old scheme. But to focus for housing for the tribal people, they have started with something called as Awas Plus mobile app. So they can track. Not tribal people will take phones and track, but other people who are concerned about how the scheme is going, whether housing is being done for them or not. Basically, they're trying to bring housing and digital together. Okay. So Awas Plus mobile app is done so much so that the housing facility should also be given to the tribal people. Affordable housing. Okay. Just write on the Dharti. Done? We'll move ahead. You guys are done? Again, FRA cells overlap with existing statutory bodies, Gram Sabha Forest Right Committee, sub-divisional level committees, district level committees, state monitoring committees, because all of them are doing the same job. Okay. Forest Right Acts, because you have seen in FRA, where scheduled tribes and other forest dwellers or Forest Right Act. This is important, just write on the first portion. FRA Act is also called as Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers Act. $130. Yes. No, I think you'll have a lunch break up until 2:30. I'm not sure. I think somewhere around 2:30. Done? Done? Just this name you have to write. Other name for Forest Right Act. This is. Done? At national level, which ministry is nodal agency for implementing scheduled tribes and scheduled? This is your Ministry of Tribal Affairs, pretty much evident. The next few topics, few questions and mains it is there. I will share these slides for you. This will be the last topic of this. You can just go through the slides. Okay. We'll end the session here.
Don't end the session. Just keep pause, that's it.
Oh.
All right. So online students, I believe you can clearly see the board now. Okay, chalo. So we'll start with Indian economy, the current affairs for the last 1 week. So coming to the class for the first time? Why? Achha, your name? Okay, fair enough. Okay. So basically, see, these classes that are happening will happen probably every Tuesday or Wednesday. We have started with a Wednesday, we might shift it to Tuesday. Whatever it is, we will make sure all the days are covered. So I'm taking this class, I am covering the current affairs right from, I think, what I can say is from from Tuesday to Monday. So till day before yesterday's news is there. Okay? Tuesday and Wednesday's news are not there. This will be covered when we do it next week. So week on week we will do. The topics that we will be covering in this class is Financial Action Task Force. We'll see why it is in news, what it is talking about. Inclusive pension system for India. Now, there are different types of pension system in India. We will see that also. What is the issue with the pension system in India? We will see that also. What is then needed to be done? We will see that as well. World Investment Report. So World Investment Report is brought out by United Nations, UNCTAD. So we will see other organization of United Nations which are specialized organizations. Okay. What this report talks about, we will look at that. Then we have reforming India's food and fertilizer subsidy. This particular topic completely talks about that India's food and fertilizer subsidies are quite high. So we need to rationalize it, means we need to lower it, reduce it. So what argument does it give is quite important. Then these three are sort of small topics, but the concepts are quite important for us to understand. One is SEBI banning the director of IAFL Securities for front running. So we will see what is front running. We will see how is it different from insider trading. So we'll see what is insider trading, what is front running, how is it different. Then you have reverse flipping. SEBI has relaxed certain norms for ensuring that more reverse flipping happens. So we will see what kind of norm have they diluted, at the same time what is reverse flipping. Then the last one is India recently has imposed anti-dumping duties on products from China, from Taiwan, as well as Russia. Right? So more important here is, what is this anti-dumping duty? When can a country impose the anti-dumping duty? How is it different from countervailing duties is all we are going to see in this class. Now, let me tell you a few things which we should keep in mind while going through the class or the PDF which you will get. So after the topics, you will usually find a prelims related question. We will solve that as well. You will also find the mains question. So mains question, you won't be writing it over here. That is sort of like a homework. You can go home, you can write it. In the next class when we meet, we will discuss that quickly. And if any feedback is required, I will give you the feedback as well. Okay. Since this is the first class on current affairs, a lot of emphasis I will also put on to make you understand that from a topic, what is the key takeaway? From where the questions will come, what kind of questions will come, what you should remember, what it is okay to not focus much on, all those things will also be done in this class. So for the first few class, we will do that so that you yourself understand what to be referred, what not, what is to be remembered, to what extent, how it can be used is also what I am going to teach, at least for the first few classes. Later on, it will be just teach the topic, discuss the question, move ahead to the next topic. Okay. Sometimes certain current static concepts will come. So you should also at your end start revising your static portion. But sometimes a topic can come which might not be done in your static class. So we might take that up also in this class. We will also try to establish linkages. Linkages as in this particular FATF might be one particular topic. We might link it to completely a different topic which at first seems unrelated, but it can still be related. Okay, so that will help us develop our thinking. Clear? Shall we start? Okay. So let's start with Financial Action Task Force. That's the first topic. You will get the entire PDF. So there's no need to write anything which is repetitive. Something additional, if I say, you can write it. Okay. So FATF, this is Financial Action Task Force. Why is it in news now? Because the terrorist attack that took place in Pahalgam, right, in the month of April, FATF has reviewed the entire situation and has finally come to a conclusion stating that there was involvement of cross-border funding for this terrorist activity that took place. So they have sort of established a link, and they have mentioned that a link has been established. The detailed report would be out in the month of July. But right now, at least establishment of linkage is there with respect to the terrorist attack and cross-border terror funding. Cross-border terror funding means being funded outside India from some other country, the details of which will come out in a detailed report by FATF. Now, what is this FATF? What is this task force? This Financial Action Task Force was established in 1989. You have that 1989 at a G7 summit. Okay. So let me tell you, whenever you study about any organization, any report, any indices, so you should know which organization has brought it. If the organization was established, you should know via which, under which summit or during which summit was it established. You should also know if it's an important organization. You should also know where its headquarters. So a lot of headquarters are there in Geneva, Switzerland, Paris, France, New York, USA. These three consist of, and in fact, Brussels also. Brussels, Belgium. So these 4 or 5 places are there where huge number of international organizations have their headquarters. So you should know them. Okay? So this is your facts prelims related thing. But let's talk about what this organization is. So this organization started as an organization which is going to be fighting money laundering. Okay? It started as an organization which will fight money laundering. That's it. Later on in the year 2001, fighting terrorist funding or fighting funding for terrorism was added in 2001. So initially when it started, it was only about money laundering, and that money laundering was specifically majorly dealing with the corrupt money or the black money that is coming out of drug trafficking. So illegal drugs was being sold. When you are selling things illegally, example drugs, your money is black because you cannot legally sell it. So you have to convert it into white. You have to do money laundering. You have to wash your black money and convert it into white. This was a menace which was going on. To fight that, FATF was established. But later on, these illegal money, corrupt money, black money, money laundering was also being used to fund terrorist activities. And those kind of terror funding has successively kept on increasing, as a result of which in 2001, terror menace or terror funding menace which was there, it started addressing that particular thing also. Okay? Now, what is money laundering? Basically, money laundering is converting the black money into white. So there are steps of doing that. 3 steps are there. First step is placement. Second step is layering. Third step is integration. So what happens here is, first you will be earning black money. Let's say you are selling weapons illegally or selling drugs illegally. So you have huge amount of corpus. Now you need to place that in the financial system. How do you place that in the financial system? You create a shell company, a company only on paper, or you buy a huge amount of agricultural land, or you start businesses. Now the business may not run. Let's say I start a huge hotel business. The hotel is not making me earn much money, but not a problem. I have huge amount of money. I can show that illegal black money as my income from my hotel business, right? So what will happen? Every year 10 crore I can show my income from the hotel business. So what is happening? I have placed that money into the financial system by showing it as an income from my hotel business, or showing it as an agricultural income. I may not even be required to pay any taxes because it is agricultural income. So I have placed it into the financial system. Then I layer it. Now layer, divert it to various places so that it cannot link back to any specific single point of source, right? So I spend it here, you spend it somewhere else. So I have multiple subsidiaries which keeps on taking money, spending here and there, and it rotates throughout the country or the world, and it comes back to me only. So that is what layering is, to confuse the system from what is the actual source of money. And then at the end of the day, you spend that money. Whenever you spend that money, you have to pay taxes, either direct or indirect taxes. The moment you pay a tax on a particular amount of money, it gets converted into white, and now it is integrated into the system. This is the system of money laundering which FATF fights. And the other thing that it fights is funding for terrorism. Okay. So now this FATF has certain objectives. You should know the objectives. It has 4 objectives. You should know 4 of them, because in UPSC, they go to the website of the organization, take a sentence, change it a bit and give it to you in the question paper, right? So in this year, there was a question about a particular organization which celebrated a day. They asked what was the theme. So instead of multilateralism, they changed the word to multiculturalism, which makes it incorrect, right? So that is why it's good to know what all the objectives are. So first objective is to develop and promote global AML and CFT standards. AML is any anti-money laundering standards. CFT is countering funding for terrorism. So they basically create global standards and guidelines. Standards and guidelines. So what are standards and guidelines? They are different from rules. Standards and guidelines are generic in nature. That my guideline is that every month you have to share me a report, right? Now, to execute that guideline, there might be certain rules and regulations which the RBI, SEBI, etc. may impose on different companies in the country. So what it does is it formulates certain standards, it formulates certain guidelines for the global world. Does it do it for everyone? No. These guidelines are to be followed by the member countries. These guidelines need to be followed by the member countries. However, it has a list, a gray list and a black list. In that gray and black list, not necessarily only member countries will be there. Non-member countries will also be there. So what do I mean to say? I mean to say that its rules and guidelines are to be followed by the member countries. But if there is a non-member country which is funding terrorism, they will put it in the blacklist. Okay? Even if you are not a member. Is that clear? Understood? Right. Next is evaluate compliance of the member countries. Since you have now set the global standards, you will now have to evaluate whether they are following it or not. If they don't follow it, you put them in the gray list. You see the details of gray list and black list, how they differ from each other. Third is assist nations in building robust anti-financial crime frameworks. So they also handhold. They have given you the guidelines. Now you're finding it difficult to implement it. So they will also handhold you, assist you, train you to implement that. Clear? That is the third objective. Fourth, coordinate international efforts against terror-linked funding. So you have to take a coordinated effort to stop terror funding. Just for example, the rules are there. Now let's say India is abiding by the rules. India abides by the rules, but the rest of the countries are not. And if let's say there is some terror funding is happening and we are complaining about it at an international forum, but there are other big countries who are supporting that terror funding, so it is not going to make any difference. So the action needs to be coordinated action, coordinated effort, which all the countries should together take. So these are the objectives. With respect to India, the organizations that take care of this is your Ministry of Finance, which sees to whether any terror funding, whether any money laundering is happening or not. One is your Ministry of Finance. Then you have Securities Exchange Board of India, that is SEBI, which regulates the securities market in India, the stocks, shares, mutual funds, bonds, etc. Money laundering can happen through there also. Terror funding can happen from there also. Then you have IRDA, that is Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India. You have Reserve Bank of India. So all these organizations you see are abiding by the laws to ensure that these things do not happen in India. Okay, so remember these organizations. Now coming to the list. There are two lists that FATF comes up with. One is the gray list, the other is the black list. Now what is gray list? Gray list is for increased monitoring. And for whom it is? For basically it is for the countries who are deficient in taking actions. So if you look at it, focuses on countries with strategic deficiencies in framework. FATF has given a guideline, you are not abiding by the guideline. You know, for example, the timing here is 10 to 5. So let's say a faculty comes at 11 o'clock every time, the students are waiting for the faculty. The faculty is not abiding by the guidelines that are set. The faculty might be put in the gray list. Is that clear? So here the member nation, if they are not abiding by the frameworks, they have not even established any rules, they don't have any act which will enforce that guidelines of FATF, then FATF would put them in the gray list. Okay. Now once they are put in the gray list, what will happen? What will happen is Of course, it will be publicized everywhere that they are in the grey list, that they are not abiding by the financial rules that are set. So what will happen is people would be less likely to invest in a country which is on the grey list. People would be less likely to give them loans, right? So just for example, if I am publicized throughout, if someone comes late, a faculty comes late, and the entire UPSC institutions know that this faculty is known for coming late, if I lose a job here, they will be reluctant to give me job elsewhere. Does that make sense? In the same manner, if it is publicized that boss, you all are in the grey list, then they will find it difficult to attract investment. They will find it difficult to attract loans, etc. Is this clear? Now, these are the countries who are in the grey list. Okay. So you should not exactly know it, but of course have a go through it so that when in options it comes, you are able to eliminate the wrong and remember the right. Very important here will be these three countries which are no longer subject to FATF's increased monitoring, means they are no longer a part of it. So these three countries become very important, because if the question is framed, they will deliberately try to include these countries and ask which of the countries are a part of it. Just a minute, there's some issue with this. Okay, clear? Next is your blacklist. Now, blacklist includes countries that are non-cooperative. Non-cooperative means, see, these in this there can be countries which are not even a part. Remember, in the list there can be countries which are not a part of the FATF. So how can a country be not a part of FATF and still be a country which is basically non-cooperative? That is because, see, you may not be a member, so you are not following the rules, regulations, anything, but still it is, let's say, very obvious that there is terror funding that is happening from your soil. So then they will be asked to address that issue. They will be asked to ban that organization who is doing that. They will be asked to sanction that organization. So then the country has to take some action. The country can simply take an action that I am banning this industry, I am banning this company, I am banning this outfit altogether. This outfit is illegal. Anyone who would want to associate with this outfit will be doing an illegal activity, and I may put them behind bars. So these kind of actions would be required to be taken even though they are not a member country. But if they fail to do that, that means they are non-cooperative. And since they are non-cooperative, even if they are not the members, they will then be put in the blacklist. And in the blacklist, you have Democratic Republic of Korea. It is nothing but North Korea, Iran, and Myanmar. Now, blacklist is an issue for the entire globe, but specifically having a neighbor country in the blacklist is a bigger issue, because they are our next door neighbors, right? We share border with Myanmar. So many states share border with Myanmar. At the same time, we have porous border with Myanmar. So now porous border is being closed. We are building the fences, etc. But since it's a neighbor, it is more of an impact on India. Okay, this is the concept of your black and gray list. Now, with respect to India, you have to remember certain facts. India became a full member in 2010. That means India was not a founding member. We became member only in 2010. Now, in FATF, there are certain region-specific groups. Asia Pacific, Eurasia, Caribbean islands, and different countries are put in different groups with respect to the region which affects them more. So India is a part, there are total 9 such groups. India is a part of 2 such groups. So one is your Asia Pacific group, the other is Eurasian group. Asia Pacific, when you are saying, the name itself gives you a hint, Asia Pacific. So Asia is also there, Pacific countries are also there. Asia Pacific, so India is there. Eurasia, of course, you have Asia here also, so India is there as well. Actively engaging in CFC, of course, India actively engages with this. Also, India abides by it. We are not in any of the list, of course. These are the groups. When you get the PDF, please just try to remember that there are 9 and these are its name. What is important for us is the Asia Pacific and Eurasian group. The other things can be asked, which of the following are a part of FATF? So you should know, yes, this is a part of FATF, this is a part, this is a part. So you should just browse through him to understand which are the parts. You don't have to mug it up. The only thing you should remember majorly is these two groups, of which India is a party to. Is that clear? So this was about the FATF. Now, why FATF recognizing the link between the terrorist attack and cross-border terrorism funding? It is important because it basically proves India's point. India has been saying that things are at times state sponsored, there are cross-border terror funding that is happening, money is somehow entering India and helping terrorist activities. We have been saying that, so it sort of ascertains that global recognition of cross-border terrorism. So it is like a global recognition. Why? Because multiple countries are members, and this particular organization is saying that yes, cross-border terror funding has happened in this. It will of course put pressure on Pakistan. Why? Because now it will be less attractive for people to invest in Pakistan. Anyhow it is less attractive, it will be even more less attractive, right? Third is diplomatic gain for India. It is of course a diplomatic gain. We have a moral high ground now. In the entire process, when Operation Sindoor happened, we always had a moral high ground. Simply because the act that took place in Pahalgam was a terrorist attack, the response that India gave through Operation Sindoor was simply, it's not a war, it was simply a counter-terrorism activity that we were carrying out. In retaliation, Pakistan again attacked India and certain civilians were killed. Now that is an act of war. That is an act of war. Pakistan never had any moral high ground of attacking India. Why? Because we don't have terror outfits in India. We don't have terrorist organizations in India, but Pakistan does. So we have a moral high ground to attack and target them and finish them off. They don't have a moral high ground. Is that clear? So this gives us moral high ground. It enhances the case for sanctioning and blacklisting the country. Okay, it enhances. That may not happen because see, we are on one side saying pressure on Pakistan. Pakistan may not get funding, may not get FDI. At the same time, IMF has approved $7 billion of a bailout package for them. $1 billion have already been given. Another $1.1 billion have already been sanctioned. Why this is happening? Because IMF and all is again, US is backing that, right? So it is going to enhance it, but sort of on ground, there is not much that we can still see. So this is the counter argument of that. Okay? Any doubts in this topic? Yes. Yes, it will take care with respect to the financial of or funding of terrorist activities. Yes, absolutely. Okay. And anyhow, see, funding will be required for terrorist activity, but I get your point. There are certain times lone wolf attack. Now, those are also terrorist attack. It is just the nomenclature is different. It depends who is attacking, who's the attacker. There are a lot of theories that goes around that if the attacker, you'll generally see lone wolf attack. Lone wolf attacks were happening in London. Now the attacker is a white. So generally many people argue that when the attacker is a white person or of a certain section of the society, then you stay away from calling that person a terrorist. You call different nomenclature. So all that is there. So let's take lone wolf attack also like a terrorist activity. In New Zealand, what has happened is a person entered a religious place and shot 50 plus people. Now that is also a terrorist act. Now FATF, if that's a lone wolf attack kind of a thing, no money is involved, the person bought their own gun, did that. So FATF involvement will not be there. FATF is there to understand the funding that is happening, the finances of the things that are there. It will restrict itself to that only. For these kind of things, there will be other organizations. For example, Interpol. Interpol for cross-border terrorist activities, cross-border criminal activities. Okay? Sure. Yes. Yes, of course. If there is left-wing extremism and there is funding that is going on, cross-border terrorist funding, of course, the government itself will try to take actions and the FATF may also be involved. For example, a lot of NGOs has been shut down by the government of India. A lot of shell companies have been shut down by the government of India because that is a source of money laundering. That is also a source of terror funding. So the country is already taking actions, right? And of course, FATF can be involved over there. And the involvement of FATF is not that they will come and do something about it. They will be discussing it with the country and their representatives, and then ask the country to take action. And then the country has to take action and show what action has been taken. It is not binding. This is not binding. Whatever decision, whatever guidelines is given, it is non-binding in nature. Generally, also try to remember things, international organizations in the world majorly are non-binding. There are only few binding laws at the international level are there. You should specifically know them. But to remember FATF guidelines, etc., they are non-binding in nature. Why international things of such serious nature are non-binding in nature? Because how will you enforce it? How will you enforce it? FATF does not have its own army to enforce it. See, if a Supreme Court judgment is given in India, it has to be implemented. If it is not implemented, the police will come. If the police is also not able to take care, the military will come and get it implemented. Now, FATF cannot do that, right? So rather, it tries to work on mutual understanding of the different countries that are involved. Okay? So let us now try to solve this question. It's not visible. I'll try to keep it up to here from the next time onwards. This is the question. With reference to FATF, consider the following. FATF was established. Read it. You only solve it. Okay. Not able to read the options? Options are A, 1 and 2 only, B, 2 only, C, 2 and 4 only, D, 1, 3 and 4. You have marked the OMR sheet. One, 3 and 4. Yes. Second is 2. Third is C option is 2 and 4. D option is 1, 3 and 4. 1 and 2? 1 and 2? 2 only. 2 only. Yes. 2 and 4. Wow. Just now I told her that it is not binding in nature. Yes. 2 only is the correct answer. So statement 1 can be confusing. It's saying FATF was established at the G7 summit in Paris to counter money laundering and terrorism financing. No, it was established to counter money laundering, full stop. Countering terrorism financing was added in 2001. Is that clear? Okay, for example, if this institute tomorrow starts teaching for IELTS, so will you say Legacy IAS Academy was founded 10 years back to teach for IELTS? No, it was founded 10 years back to teach for UPSC. IELTS was added later on in 2025. Okay? This is the mains question. Don't write it. You will be given the PDF. So mains question, what you have to do is you have to write the answer. The next class onwards, we will start discussing. Right now, we don't have any answers to discuss. Okay? Next, coming on to the inclusive pension system for India. Now, why this is a point of discussion? That is because in India, the pension assets are just 17% of the GDP. Pension assets means when people will retire, a lot of the people are going to get pension. So how much corpus is stored with the government in the form, which will be given in the form of pension when people retired? Right now, the total corpus is equal to 17% of GDP, which is very less. Why it's less? Because if you compare it with OECD countries, it's close to 80% of their GDP. If you compare it with Netherlands, which is the highest, it is close to 200% of the GDP. If you look at per capita asset that is kept, so that is highest for Japan. Japan has total $1.4 trillion kept only as a corpus for pension funds. Okay. For India, it is very low. That is why it is being discussed, and the Economic Survey 25-26 has discussed that, and it has argued that there is a need to have an inclusive pension system for India. So let us understand why is this the case? What is pension system? We all know pension system is basically for your social security. Once a person retires, they get old age pension is there. You may not get a job, you might not want to do a job, you might not be able to do a job because health, sickness, etc. might come in. So you need some amount of social security which is provided by pension. Now, if a question of mains comes which is analytical in nature, don't just start by defining pension system. But at times the question can come, what is pension system? Why is there a need for inclusive pension system? Then you define. But if the question is just saying that inclusive pension system is the need of the hour, discuss, then you can start by introducing using this particular data, that India's pension asset is just 17% and the workforce that is covered is just 12%, as a result of which inclusive pension system becomes the need of the hour, and then continue your answer mentioning why it is needed, how it can be done, what are the challenges, what are the solutions, and then you conclude your answer. Okay? But yes, we should know what is pension system. So this is a pension system which acts as a social security after retirement. In India, the pension asset is very less. In OECD countries, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD countries, it's quite high, up to 80%. If you want to know the highest country, that is Netherlands, where it is close to 200% of GDP. In Japan, the per capita is quite high. They have total $1.4 trillion kept only for the pension of the people. Now, why is this the case? The case that we have so less asset is simply because the coverage of the workforce is very less. So we need to increase the coverage. Why is there an argument for having to increase the coverage and having more asset? Because India right now is in its prime. We are having demographic dividend. Our average age is very young. Our average age right now is 34 years old. An average Indian is 34 years of age. But it is not going to remain the same. So what will happen by 2050 is the old age dependency will increase and become 30%. So there will be 30% people who will be dependent, right? Dependent on the working age population. And they will not be working. Who is a dependent? A dependent is the person who is not earning any income. Generally, old age people, children, they are not earning, so they are dependent. So how will they survive? So for them, it is necessary that we have a pension system in place. Is that clear? This is understood. Now, what kind of pension system do we have? We'll see that. One more thing that is happening is the infusion of gig economy. What is gig economy? Basically, the part-time jobs, project-based jobs. In the informal sector, part-time job is there. In the organized sector also, unorganized sector also. Even Legacy IAS Academy at times hire part-time people, project-based people, they hire and then they release it. So that is the gig economy, wherein you get part-time project-based job is the gig economy. I am here full-time, but I could also be part-time. Part-time how? Create content for various organizations, various institutes, record lectures for various institutes. But then in that, what will happen is I will have to be on the look for job every now and then. If I end teaching economy for, let's say, one particular institute, I have to choose or find another institute to teach. So I am always on the run of finding the jobs. Now, in such a situation, do you think it will ever occur to my mind to subscribe for national pension scheme? The government has a national pension scheme in which even the private employee can subscribe. So I can go to the portal, subscribe for the national pension scheme. In that, what they do is they collect money from me only, and afterwards they pay back to me only my money. Okay? The only thing that the government provides is there is an interest which will come. But anyhow, they will be using my money for investment and earning more probably. That's a different thing, but that is the concept. Pension system also works the same way. Okay? We'll discuss when we come up with those three things. Now, so pension money is also the government is utilizing. PF money, VPF money, every money the government is utilizing. Let me tell you here only. Why? Because I job a job in 21 years of age. I don't plan to work till 58, hopefully. But if I do till 58, you're working 37 years of service. 37 years of service, PF starts getting deducted. Every month PF is getting deducted. I also had voluntary provident fund. So for 37 years, lakhs and lakhs of rupees might be accumulated, and which earlier to a huge extent was lying idle. The government realized this is a good source of my income and investment I can do. So presently the government has started utilizing that money also. Okay, so that is the PF system. Now this PF existed along with the existence of pension system. So previously all the government employees would get pension, plus PF will also be deducted. Both the things existed together, right? But now the government has sort of to a huge extent stopped the pension. Now the pensions are not there for so many, only certain select few jobs still have. For example, our prime ministers, our ministers, our MPs, MLAs still will get pension. But a government teacher, for example, for 2010 onwards who have joined, they may not be getting pensions also. Yes, 2004, so they are not getting pension. So state-wise also there is slight difference. So they will not get pension. So the government came up with a new concept. You do one thing, you save your own money under the national pension scheme and you will get that money later on. So it helps us in the sense that at a later instance we will get it. But right now even the government is utilizing that particular money. And one more thing that the government has done is, earlier your provident fund, when you withdraw, they were exempt. That means when your PF money is getting accumulated, it is exempted from any taxation, right? When you earn interest on it, it is exempt from any taxation. When you withdraw the money, it is exempt from any taxation. Presently the situation is exempt tax. Now if you take out your PF money, it will be taxed. In fact, right now also if I take out money from my PF account on account of medical emergency, marriage, there are certain reasons when you can take out the money prematurely also. So if I take it out right now and the amount exceeds, I want to take out more than 50,000, there is 10% TDS that will be deducted. Okay? There are ways to reduce it. This is just what the law is. Of course, you can avoid it. You can do tax avoidance to reduce it or lower it. Okay? For example, multiple times, first I asked for sickness, 45,000, then later on again I'm asking. Yes, there are ways. So this is clear. The gig economy. Now in gig economy, what is happening? You are already temporary employee. You are project by project basis, you are doing it. Will you be then subscribing for a pension scheme in which every month it will be deducted? It will be difficult because maybe for 2-3 months you don't have a job. That can be a problem. So gig workers, which is continuously increasing, are also out of the system. Okay? So hence there is a need to come up with an inclusive system which covers a huge amount of people. It will also give them certain financial security. Okay? These are mains related points. You can mention these points: security for all, there will be sustainable development that will happen, inclusive growth that will happen. All these are your mains related point. Now if you look at the present scenario, so presently we have NPS in place, Atal Pension Yojana in place, and unified pension scheme in place. So let us look at the three of them in this table. When you talk about the old pension scheme, in old pension scheme you would get pension amount equivalent to 50% of the last drawn salary. So if your last drawn salary was 1 lakh rupees, 50,000 is what you will get. The national pension system which is there, the national pension scheme or national pension system which I talked about, wherein you have a choice to opt in, right? That what happens is they take our money, they invest in the market, and the return, the pension that you will get will depend upon the return that the market has generated for them. So it is linked with the market. So how much pension will you get? It's not going to be fixed. It will be dependent on the return that you get. There is then unified pension scheme. In unified pension scheme, what happens is you get 50% of the average of the last 12 months of your salary. Okay. So if you compare these two, this might be slightly beneficial because your last month's last drawn salary would be the highest. Here what can happen is, if I have just recently got promoted and then I retired, I got promotion just before my retirement, my salary increased, you will take the average of the last 12 months. So it may average down to a lower amount also. Okay? But remember them factually. Now, if you talk about inflation adjustment, so inflation adjustment does not happen in NPS. It is completely market linked. Indirect inflation adjustment may happen. Means because of inflation, people are buying more, people are buying less. That impact in the market will be there. But there is no direct adjustment from the side of the government. Is that clear? But that indexation is there in old pension scheme and is there in the new pension scheme also. What is that index of inflation? Depending upon the inflation in the market, the government will add the dearness allowance part. Right? Dearness allowance means when the thing gets dearer, that means the thing gets costlier, you are provided with dearness allowance. Right? Every government employee is provided with dearness allowance. So that is how it will be included in the pension also. Here also it will be included in the pension. With respect to unified pension system, it takes into account all India consumer price index for industrial workers. Here it takes into account the CPI combined. Combined means CPI rural plus urban. Okay? Then last is, under old pension scheme, there was no contribution from the employee. The entire amount is given by the government, is giving you the pension basically. But if you look at the national pension system, unified pension system, the employee is contributing up to 10% of their basic salary. So it is basically your own money coming back to you. Basically, effectively, the pension system is gone. Anyway, when it comes to who gets the benefits, of course, the person who was in the job gets the benefit. But once the person dies, the family members is going to continue to receive the money even after the death of the person. Okay. Here it depends upon the corpus, how much profit was made, how much is left, it will be given to them. Here also in the unified pension scheme, see, in the old pension scheme, the people are continuing to get the pension, the exact same pension. In the unified pension scheme, which is a recent one, only 60% of the employees' pension will be given. Is that clear? Okay. The last one, there is no market risk. The government is providing it completely. Of course, it has lower risk. It also does not as good as does not have risk. Here, there is a market risk because the government is clearly using your money, investing it, and based on that, you are getting the return. So there will be a risk over there. Okay. So this is about your NPS and the reasons. Now, what steps you can take to increase the penetration of pension scheme? One of the important steps that you should talk about is voluntary opt-in. Presently, the NPS, National Pension System, that is there, I have to subscribe for it. So once I joined here, let's say I have to subscribe for it, I have to open an account, log into it, create an account, register myself, and link it with my Aadhaar, my PAN, and everything, inform my employer, and then every month in that account, the money will be deducted. So that is a task I have to do. What can be done here is, by default, the person can be put in the national pension system. And if you want, you can opt out from it. So what will that do? That will increase the number of people who are participating in the national pension scheme. To make it more clear, so for example, in L&T, what used to happen is, when any disaster comes in, so at that time there were Chennai floods, so the company sent an email that we will be donating for the people who are affected from Chennai floods, so we will be deducting 1 day salary from you as a part of donation. If you don't want to give the donation, please click on the below link and opt out of it. So what has happened is, by default, they have sent the mail to everyone, to thousands of employees. Now, if to opt out, they have to click, do the task and opt out of it, which will also, there is a guilt involved here. I am opting, how will I feel? I have to enter my details and then opt out. That is one thing. Secondly, it's a task. Many mails come, they go, we don't read, we think we will do, we don't do. So all those things are taken out of the picture, and you have to specifically log in and opt out of it. So what will happen? More people will pay the donation. If they would have rather sent an email, we request you to pay 1 day salary as a donation, please pay by clicking on the following link, very less people would have done that. Okay? So this is the method you can do it. Mandatorily involve all the people under NPS and give them a choice that if they want to opt out, they can opt out from it. So that is basically behavioral nudge that they will, is it getting repeated? Sorry. That is sort of a behavioral nudge that is given to the people to improve the penetration of this particular thing. Of course, there needs to be tech driven accessibility, there needs to be awareness. If they make it very easy for me that like GPay app is there, so they are talking about on lines of UPI. So we have an app, GPay, PhonePe, etc., which can be easily used for paying and transferring money. So in the same manner, if you make it very easy for any person to subscribe for it, it will increase the ease of subscribing. So it will increase the number of people that subscribe to it. Is that clear? So these are the solutions that we can talk about. This is one MCQ related to what we have studied. With reference to India's pension system, consider the following statements. Statement 1. As per economic survey, India's pension assets are over 50% of its GDP. Statement 2. Adult pension is mandatory for all informal sector workers between ages 18 and 40. See, NPS Vatsalya, I'll tell you, NPS Vatsalya is for the children of the employees. So that is why it is not for senior citizens above 70 years. Okay. 3 only. So 4 is incorrect. Those options go down. Now 1. It is not more than 50%. It is 17%. So 1 is also incorrect. So you're left with 3 only. That is, unified pension system scheme was launched to combine elements of both the old and new pension scheme for the government employees. Yes. Huh. Huh.
Is it beating inflation over the years?
No. The fund that is, I get your point. So see, it is since market link, there would be investment. So in the last couple of years that you see where India's inflation was high, during that time, of course, it has not beaten inflation. Right?
Since this is not market linked,
Huh.
NPS was market linked.
Yes.
This is not market linked.
Yes, correct.
So at the end of the day, you might get a lot.
Absolutely. Because there is a fixed interest rate that is given. I think it's around 8.3%. So it's 8.3. It is not market linked. So it's very difficult. You always have to rely what is going to happen. You are helpless. You're not doing anything.
Better than NPS or is it one of its problems?
No. Yes. It can be considered as better, since if you are linking it with market, it can be considered as better, but at the same time, there will be some amount of risk involved. However, if you extrapolate that risk over 3 decades, because you will be in job for 3 decades, and 3 decades later, after 58 years, you will get the bag. So over that period of time, the risk reduces. Is that logic clear? For example, if I would do a job only for 6 months and it's market linked, after 6 months, I'm getting back my pension. Now that is very erratic. Anything can happen in 6 months. The market could go down. In the previous 6 months, we have seen the market was consistently going down. I might be impacted. There would be a huge risk. But if I extrapolate this and I say that I am going to stay invested in the market for next 37 years, then the profits would be high, the risk would be minimized. So that is correct. Okay, good. This is the mains question. You can do that later on. Okay, this slide. Make sure you get your hands on this slide. Have they already sent it to you? No? Okay, they'll send it. Next is the World Investment Report brought out by UNCTAD. So you should know that United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, brings out this report. You should have a list of reports and the organization that brings them out. Very important for your prelims specifically. Now, why are we discussing this report? Many times these reports are quite factual and there for prelims, but it is there important for your mains also, because there are certain findings that has come out of it, which says that the FDI that is coming has gone down. That the number of FDI means what? I am a person from one country investing in another country. Now that is FDI. Okay? So direct investment, foreign investment. So that has come down. And there are drastic differences. For example, in the African countries, the FDI has increased by 75%. But in other countries like China, it has gone down by 29%. It has increased in sectors like artificial intelligence, technology, digitization, etc. It has gone down in the traditional avenues. It has gone down in sustainable development goals, SDGs, etc. in those sectors. So these are the things that are coming out of the report. One more interesting thing of this report is, we'll do that. It is known as nearshoring. We'll see the concept of nearshoring, what is happening in that. So what does UNCTAD do? These are its objectives. Its objective is to monitor the global FDI trend. Who is investing, where they are investing, how much they are investing, how the investment is increasing, decreasing, so on and so forth. Second is to guide the policymakers, of course. If you know that I'm getting more investment from a particular country, you would try to maintain better relation with that particular country. If you know that from this country I'm not getting much, then it may not impact that much to you if the relations are not good. But at the same time, you might want to make it better. You might want to facilitate that country because that country may hold a higher potential of investment in India. So you can target your policy country wise. You can take decisions bilaterally, and you can come under bilateral agreements for having more and more investments in the country. So it helps the policymakers, and of course it supports the progress, the sustainable development, the economic development, the growth and development of a country. FDI is important because the country itself, see, first when we started developing, it was the government's money that was involved to a huge extent because our private sector was not developed. But then we developed the private sector. Now we take into account a huge amount of private sector's investment also. But even that is domestic. That is also not enough. We want more money. So that is when we are looking outside the country also for foreign direct investment. Okay? So it will help us to develop and reach our various targets. Now, the report summarizes like this, that there has been a decline in FDI, more than 10%. You can write exactly 11% in your answers, or more than 10%, it's also correct. So there has been an 11% decline. Digital economy is, in digital economy, you are seeing more and more investment in artificial intelligence, in digitization, in technological advancement, cutting edge technologies. That's where you are seeing huge amount of FDI coming in. But when you talk about the socio-economic development, the sustainable development, the SDG investment, there is a crisis in SDG investment. So projects that are related to sustainable development are getting lower and lower FDI. It has fell down by 25 to 33% in different countries. Okay? So at one side it is increasing, at one side it is lowering. The net impact is a fall of 11%. Okay? If you look at the developing countries, the FDI has been erratic. Erratic means Africa sees an increase. ASEAN is robust. The FDI has completely gone down, but ASEAN countries are still getting good growth in FDI. But if you look at China, it's gone down. South America has gone down. Okay? Is that clear? Next is infrastructure finance has also gone down. Now, infrastructure is a very vital thing for any development. Infrastructure development is the basis. If the services sector is developing, they will still construct offices. They will still construct roads, metros. If the industrial sector is developing, again infrastructure will be involved. If agriculture is developing, again infrastructure of irrigation, of canals, of dams will still be involved. So infrastructure is there everywhere. But the issue with infrastructure is infrastructure projects are long-term projects. They have long gestation period. Long gestation period means they take long time to generate revenue. So if a company constructs an expressway, now there is a toll booth over there where you are required to pay toll taxes. Now the company took 3 years, 5 years to construct that. After constructing that, it will collect taxes for the next 25 years to recover the amount they have spent. So it is taking 25 years for them to recover the amount they have spent and further make profits out of that. So it is a time consuming, and it is the investment here is going down, which is quite significant thing. Okay. One thing about the infrastructure projects is presently the government is emphasizing a lot on public-private partnerships, especially in the infrastructure projects. Now that is a good thing till the time it is metro project wherein you pay for the ticket and the revenue is collected through the shops that are there on the stations, through the advertisements, etc. But what happens when it's an expressway, when it is a road, a highway? What is happening is the private company invests its money. Now they need to generate revenue, so they tax us. Now we are already paying our service tax, our direct taxes, indirect taxes, from which we were supposed to get these benefits. But the government says we have less money. So what they do, they ask private companies to make these roads, make these expressways, and then again collect money from the customers only. Is that clear? So that can be a single point here and there. You can mention at least in S's or something, which is a double whammy for the consumer because it was already supposed to be provided. The positive is it fastens the pace of development. It does that. But then first thing should be fiscal consolidation, more efficient use of taxpayers' money. That should be talked about. Okay? So these things you should remember. Another thing that is happening with respect to FDI is geopolitical risks. Geopolitical risks are there. Means the Ukraine-Russia war, Israel-Palestine conflict, the Israel-Iran war that is going on. So as we speak, there are wars going on at a lot of places. Many people are saying maybe Third World War, maybe not, but yes, too many wars are going on. Geopolitical risks are there, and because of which nationalist tendencies are now going to increase. Nation first has already been the case. It will be even more throughout the world, and the world is going to deglobalize, become conservative, become inward looking. So what you will do, you would not want your money to be invested in some other country far away or some other country which is geopolitically unstable, right? So what you will then do is you might invest in your own country, or else you might look to avenues which are close by your next door neighbor, which you are more aware of what is happening, what not is happening. Now India can't even do that because our next door neighbors are Pakistan, China, Afghanistan. Okay? So that is also difficult for us, but for the rest of the countries it might be easier to do that. For example, European countries, they anyhow have porous borders, Schengen visa, you can travel in train without any requirement of additional passport, etc. Visas don't require. Okay, so they can do that. So that is why, because of geopolitical risks, the FDIs are reducing, but FDIs are increasing in the neighboring countries, in the sense that let's say a country, instead of investing in a country far away, is now choosing to invest in a country close by. So that is the concept of near shoring. What does near shoring means? Near shoring means that the countries are now increasingly investing in countries which are close by to them. Either they are neighbors, next door neighbors, immediate neighbors, or very close neighbors. They are there, so they are investing over there. So they are favoring basically the domestic and regional, either invest in your own country or in that particular region. So that is what near shoring will be. For example, for India, near shoring will be India would be investing in South Asia instead of investing in West Asia. Okay? That is what near shoring is. Okay? We have seen this positive trends in digital sector, positive trends in Africa. ASEAN is quite resilient. So you look at the words that are being used. For ASEAN, we are using resilient growth. Resilient growth means everything else is going down, but still they are growing, not at a very fast pace, but still at a respectable pace. So that is a resilient growth. The negative points are, we have seen the decline in the SDG investment. We have seen the infrastructure projects are collapsing. We have seen the geopolitical risks are there, and there have been slowdown in certain countries, including China, and South American countries have slowed down. Is that clear? Now, with respect to India, why all this matters to India? Because India is the biggest beneficiary of foreign direct investment. If foreign direct investment goes down, of course, we are the biggest beneficiaries. That is a positive. The negative is we are hugely dependent on foreign direct investment. So if it goes down, we will be in a pickle. So it is important. At the same time, India has, if you see, artificial intelligence, if you see cutting edge technology, if you see electric vehicles. So we have our huge focus on electric vehicles. Our transport minister has also said by 2030 or something, he wants to replace all the vehicles by electric vehicles. Now, I don't think that is feasible, but fair enough. That has been said. Okay. Since that has been said, so what will happen is focus more on EVs, and FDIs in EVs, one of the cutting edge technologies. Yes, it is there. Not cutting edge. EV is no longer a cutting edge technology. Cutting edge technology are actually very decent. Now, this is also, but it is not that popularized. It is not that perpetuating in nature. So still, it is a good technology and digital infrastructure, EVs, wherein FDIs are also increasing and wherein India is also focusing. So this helps us. So there are FDIs increasing in certain areas. If we are focusing in those areas, we will also receive good FDIs. There are certain areas in which FDIs are going down. If our focus is those areas, we will be impacted badly because of that. So this you understood how it is a two-way street. So wherever it is increasing, wherever the FDI is increasing, if India also focuses on that, it will also help to attract more FDI. Yes. No, see, FMCG, what is happening? We do have fast moving consumer goods. We have startups also who are involved in that. But if you look at, yes, that is you to answer your question, that is correct. But if you look at the government, the government have already said that we are creating startups who are just the aggregators. We also should look towards other startups who also create certain assets for the future, right? So we want a shift to happen. Now it is not happening, that's a separate thing. We want EVs to be replacing all the vehicles. Now the issue is India is still generating electricity more than 50% from thermal, right? So we are giving all those things about greener energy, this, that, but the energy that is being utilized is still from thermal. But again, we are making efforts to change that. And as we speak, we have more amount of energy being converted from renewable sources than non-renewable sources. So that has now tilted in India's favor. Okay. So when we say this focus, it does not necessarily mean majorly. It means it is on the rise. So these things are on the rise for India. Okay. De-risk, enhance, fair enough. Now this is something that you should go through. I feel is important. Don't write it. Of course, you'll get it. These are the 15 United Nations organization specialized agencies. So United Nations has various agencies, but 15 of them are specialized. So you should know which are those 15 which are specialized. This is a list which you should know. Don't try to mug it up. If you just browse it 4 or 5 times after interval every week, if you revise 2-3 times such kind of facts, you will remember. And when it comes in prelims, you will be able to eliminate it. Okay? All right, chalo. This is the question then, the prelims question. With reference to World Investment Report, consider the following statement. First statement is it's published by World Economic Forum annually. Statement 2, global FDI fell for the second consecutive time. Statement 3, Africa witnessed a decline. Statement 4, India ranked among top 5 countries for greenfield FDI projects. A, okay. Yes, online students. Yes. जी बोलिए. Arey, just now we studied everything. See, the thing is, what is the answer? Yes. You tell me which sentence, you tell me which statements are incorrect. I'll tell you the option. Chalo. A is 2 and 4. A is 2 and 4. B is 1 and 3. C is 2, 3 and 4. D is 1 and 4. Fourth one is incorrect. Okay. How do you know that? You saying I'm thinking that it is incorrect. You should be sure. See, the thing is, you're trying to identify what is correct. You need to understand what is wrong and eliminate it. Okay. So prelims is about elimination. So first, let's see statement 1. Report is published by World Economic Forum. Is that correct? No, it's incorrect. So statement 1 is wrong. When statement 1 is wrong, B and D are eliminated. Now you are left with 2 options, 2 and 4 or 2, 3 and 4. 2 and 4 or 2, 3 and 4. That means 2 and 4 will be definitely correct. So now you need to look at statement 3. Statement 3 is Africa has witnessed a decline. Is it correct? No, Africa has seen an increase. So statement 3 is incorrect. So option C gets eliminated. You are left with option A, that is 2 and 4. So you need not even know that you did not even know that global FDI fell for second consecutive year. You need not even know that India is ranked top 5 countries in greenfield FDI. Right? You just need to understand that this is wrong and this is wrong, which we have already discussed. Right? So the approach to solve prelims paper should be to eliminate the options that are incorrect. That's when you will be left with the correct option. Okay? Chaliye. Next is reforming India's food and fertilizer subsidies. See, I explain what is the issue. The issue is that we are giving a lot of subsidies. So anything happens, if there is something which is very costly, what to do? Give subsidy. Unemployment is there, people are not earning, people don't have money, give subsidies. Make food cheaper, make things cheaper by giving it to the poor people, subsidies. So that's a dole that you give. Now, I have told in my classes also that people are dying out of hunger. I have told about this, that in the recent budget, when the finance minister mentioned that under National Food Security Act, 82.5 crore people have been benefited. The opposition said that why do 82.5 crore people need to be helped to have the basic need of food met? They should be having food via their own income at the market price. Why is this number so high? Was the question. Right? That's a good question. Why it's a good question? Because we cannot forever would want to keep on giving people and let them be completely dependent on the government. It's actually not a good thing. Why it is not a good thing? See, if there are 100 people who are completely dependent on my charity to even have food for a day, tomorrow I can utilize these people to do anything. Are you getting it? It's a sociological theory wherein Karl Marx says these are proletariats. Proletariats means, consider it to be poor people, don't go into the technicality, very poor people who can be used to be brainwashed, who can be used to do violence, who can be given small amount of money to buy their votes, who can be given money to do violence, to break down things, to do protests. The people who don't have money, who are not financially stable, who don't have food to eat. So having huge amount of such people is not good. These can be used by the people in power to do whatever they want. That is also an aspect of it. It is not just keeping them dependent, make them, empower them, let them live nicely, happily. That is there. In addition to this, this is also a scare for the country. That is why we should be looking for a permanent solution wherein people can earn their own thing and live their own life independently. Right? But of course, in the meanwhile, certain things should still carry on. We cannot all of a sudden stop it, because people will then die out of hunger. We have to continue it, but we need to look at a point wherein the subsidies start reducing and people start getting empowered. And at the end of the day, all the people are empowered and subsidies are out of the window. That is where we should proceed, but that is not happening. If you look at the data, I'll give you the exact figure. As per the data, you have about 2 lakh crore being spent on food subsidy. On food subsidy, major is taken by the National Food Security Act. There is midday meal scheme, there is ICDS. So all the food subsidies that are there, 2 lakh crore is being spent. Fertilizer subsidy, 1.56 lakh crore is being spent. So total 3.56 lakh crore is being spent on just these two subsidies. As a result of which, it is high time to rationalize them. Not just that, there is another data that is coming to us very recently. It has come in that the extreme poverty has reduced from 27.1% to 5.3%. And even if you look at general poverty, it was 29.5% as per Rangarajan committee, right? As per 2011 data. And presently, as per Niti Aayog's data, it is just 11%. So poverty is 11%, extreme poverty is 5.3%, but the percentage beneficiary is still 66%. So now there is an argument to lower down the beneficiary. Now there is an argument to lower down the subsidy, because too much of a bill to the taxpayer and the poverty is declining. All those things are happening. Another reason is the PDS. Now in PDS, what happens is the reach is PDS is good, but at the same time the efficiency of PDS is not high. There is inefficiency, there are leakages, there is corruption. So a lot of subsidies in these systems are going in vain. So when 1 rupee is invested, only 40 paisa reaches the beneficiary. That means what? If 1 lakh crore is invested, only 40,000 crore is given. So if 3 lakh crore is invested, only 1.2 lakh crore is the benefit. So it can rather be utilized at other places as well. Another thing is, if you look at the Gini coefficient, the Gini coefficient for the rural area has improved, not for the urban, but for the rural. So Gini coefficient is what? It measures inequality. Higher the Gini coefficient, higher is the inequality. Is that clear? So for rural area, the Gini coefficient has reduced from 0.266, it has become 0.237. So inequality has reduced, poverty has reduced, we are spending a lot. As a result, there is a lot of leakages also, as a result of which you can argue that the subsidies should be rationalized to certain extent. Yes, yes. The thing is, the WTO is yet to take a decision on that. So there is an agreement on agriculture which is there, which is not yet in force. So as per that, whatever our farm subsidy is there, the food subsidy plus the fertilizer subsidy. So both the subsidy, the USA argues that it is an amber box subsidy because it ultimately distorts the prices. India argues that it is not an amber box subsidy, and even if it is, we are not doing it to distort it. Okay. So right now, the take of the WTO is that there is no decision that has been taken whether to allow, whether to disallow, whether to consider it as amber, green. But what they have decided is till the time the decision is made, let's move as it is. So presently, India is, as per WTO, India is allowed to still give this subsidy. If you ask me what actually it will be, fertilizer subsidy may come under distorting practices, because India is also not giving an argument that it will not distort the price. India is giving the argument that we have poor farmers who cannot afford it. So me, India, we are not doing it to lower the price and to dump our products. No, we are doing it to help the farmers because they are not well to do in India. They are small and marginal farmers. That is the argument India has. Of course. Yes, so it should be, because it will distort the trade. Correct. So it will, if you are distorting the trade to a higher amount, you will put it in the amber box. So the argument is between amber box and green box. Okay. And the argument India is also giving is that the nation is poor, the people are hungry, the farmers are poor. That is what we are arguing. So we are arguing for allowing us to continue the subsidy. Okay. But trade distortment will definitely happen. Trade distortment will happen. I will be now able to produce food grains or any crop at a cheaper price. Okay. Surely. Now, what steps can we take over here? So first thing is, now reducing or rationalizing the subsidy is not necessarily that you remove it or lower it. You can increase the efficiency also. If there is a leakage of 1 lakh crore rupees out of 3 lakh crore, and if I completely reduce the leakage, I anyhow automatically save 1 lakh crore rupees. So instead of directly going towards reducing the percentage, this, that, you should first start by improving the efficiency by providing food coupons so that the food grains are not siphoned off. Food coupon is there, OTP is generated. So whenever awareness should be created, OTP should be generated. So when a person comes to the ration shop, they know what their benefits are and they share the OTP, and then only they get the food grains. And the fair price shop has to submit the OTP with the Food Corporation of India to understand that the food grains were not siphoned off. So we can talk about the solutions over here, which basically lowers the expenditure, increases the efficiency. Second is, it can be better targeted. Extreme poverty is low, total poverty is low. So instead of 75%, the percentage could be lower. Instead of 50% in urban areas, the percentage could be lower, and more targeted subsidies can be given over here. Encourage alternative for fertilizer. There can be bio alternatives, there can be organic compost, there can be farm waste which could be used over here. Okay, so all these are your solutions which you can mention in your answers. Let's look at this question once. With reference to India's food and fertilizer subsidy system, consider the following. Nutrient based subsidy policy is applicable to all fertilizers including urea. Second, PDS in some states now includes pulses and edible oils. Number 3, DBT in fertilizer is fully implemented nationwide. See, third statement is incorrect. DBT, direct benefit transfer, fully implemented nationwide. No. If that would have happened, it would have actually solved the problem of leakages. But we cannot do direct benefit transfer, because for direct benefit transfer to happen, the person has to purchase the food grains at their own money at market prices. And people don't have that much money to buy. That is why we are having this subsidy. So it is not implemented nationwide. So statement 3 is incorrect. 2 options are gone. Statement 2, PDS in some states now include pulses and edible oils. Yes, it does. There is a clause which says that the state government can provide whatever they want, right? But the cost needs to be borne by the state government. Then you have nutrition based subsidy policy is applicable to all fertilizers. This is incorrect. Nutrition based subsidy is not applicable to all. So statement 1 is incorrect. Only 2 is the correct option here. Let's move ahead. Now, the next 3 news are quite small, but the concept is important for us to understand. Now, SEBI has recently banned the director of IIFL Securities. IIFL Securities is a platform which transacts in securities. You can invest through the IIFL. They have banned the director of IIFL for front running. See, what is front running? I'll first tell you insider trading, then we will understand front running. So in insider trading, what happens is, if I am an employee of, let's say, L&T company, and I get to know certain information about the company, which can, suddenly skyrocket, let's say, for example, skyrocket is its market, its share prices. Why do I know that information? Because I work there. Now, what I will do is, because I know, because of this information, which is going to be released 2 days later, the market of the L&T share will skyrocket. So what do? I invest in L&T shares. I trade in L&T shares because I know certain information, because I work there. I am an insider. Since I am an insider and I got to know that information because I am an insider, and I'm using that information to trade in the company's share in which I work, that is known as insider trading, and that is illegal. Okay, you cannot do insider trading. Okay. Now the thing is, many people might do it. If the amount is small, you don't even get to know about it, because see, many people who are employees of the company might be investing in L&T shares also, right? So small money doesn't matter, but if there is a significant amount, there is a pattern, you are understanding. So insider trading, you also need to be caught in doing insider trading. So when you are caught, when you are alleged to be doing insider trading, you will be given a show cause notice. You will also be given a chance to explain yourself. So the onus will be on you to explain yourself that it was not based on the insider information. But if it is based on insider information, that is insider trading. Now, how is front running different from insider trading? It is similar, but it is not the same. In front running, what happens is, this IIFL Securities is an organization which invests money on behalf of people. So if all of you want to invest your money, you can give your money to IIFL, and IIFL will invest on your behalf. Now, in this situation, what can happen is, maybe there is a wealthy person, a huge known celebrity, let's say Elon Musk. No, Elon Musk has invested in Dogecoin, so slightly it increased. Dogecoin from 50 rupees had gone down to 0.5 rupee, 50 paisa. Then again, Elon Musk came in, and it had seen a resurgence a couple of years back when he came in. But it was short-lived. That's a different thing. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if let's say someone is about to invest hundreds of crores of rupees in a particular company, and it comes to you, who is the third party who is going to invest, and says, boss, please invest my money in this share or whatever, just gives me this money to invest in this blue chip company or whatever. So now I know that this particular person is going to invest 1000 crore in these shares. So the share price will skyrocket. So before I invest his or her money, I invest my own money in that share, and after that I invest this person's money. Right? Now here the difference is, let's say Ambani comes to do this investment and I am investing in L&T. I am not an employee of L&T. That is why it's not insider trading, right? But still I am using an information of the person who has come to me, who asked me to invest his money. So that is why it is not insider trading but front running. So front running is a concept wherein you know about someone is going to be investing through you in some firm, so you know that will impact the particular company's share price. Based on that knowledge, when you invest, it is known as front running. Why? Because you are the front runner, you have an advantage over here. To a first mover's advantage is what you get over here. Mutual funds, see, in mutual funds also it's possible if certain investors are talking about the ESG companies, right? So in that also, why it can end up in front running, the point is, you may think that it's mutual fund, so where my money is going I don't know. But if it is very concentrated, you want to be invested in, we are doing investment through third party platforms, through the apps, so we don't know where our money is going. When there are big investors who are investing hundreds and thousands of crores, so they will have certain specificities and they will get certain information from you first and maybe even direct you to specifically invest. Let's say you also have the concept of ESG funds, so then that restricts the companies to be only those companies which are environment friendly, sustainable development, as well as good in governance. So as an investor, ultimately you are going to invest money, so you already know what is going to happen when you invest that money. And before you invest that investor's money, you do it for your own self, gain the advantage, and that's when you invest someone else's money in the market. Okay? So that is front running. SEBI has banned the director. Who was the director and all? This is for SSC, state PCS and all. UPSC as such would not, but you should know what the concept of front running is. Next is reverse flipping. Now SEBI has relaxed certain guidelines to ensure reverse flipping happens. What is reverse flipping is, see, let's say an Indian, let's say me, I want to start a startup, but I see that the tax laws are not helping me, right? So I don't want to invest in India. I don't want to start a startup in India. I start a startup in some other country. Let's say Cayman Island, let's say USA, let's say some other country where I feel there will be more benefits, right? So I've started a startup. Now, reverse flipping would be my country's organization, for example, SEBI, the government of India, trying to change certain rules and make it beneficial for me to bring back my company back to India. I have started my startup in USA. I have registered in USA. Now they want me to bring back my company, get it registered in India, so that I will pay taxes in India. More jobs will be created in India. It will be beneficial for the Indian economy. So that is what they are trying to do, is they are trying to reverse flip. So an organization by an Indian established outside India, or an organization by a particular national established outside their country, when they bring that organization back to their own country, that is known as reverse flipping. So SEBI has recently diluted certain requirements to facilitate reverse flipping. So what they have diluted here is, there is a requirement of investors' money, right? So if even if you want to open a bank, we have seen payments bank, this bank, that bank. So if you want to open a bank, I cannot borrow the entire money from someone or somewhere and from bank. I cannot take a loan completely and open the bank entirely with that loan. There will be some minimum capital requirement. That minimum capital requirement can be 10%, can be 20%. For the firms, it is 20%. So minimum capital requirement for you to establish the firm is the 20% capital requirement. So you need to have your own 20% money invested. SEBI says that 20% capital requirement which is there need not necessarily be your own money. Even if it is a foreign investor's money, we will consider it to be the capital money from your end. So that is the dilution that SEBI has done to facilitate people to bring their companies back to India, which is known as, what is it known? This concept applies to any other country. A USA person has opened a company in India, brings back the company back to USA. Again, it's reverse flipping. So the concept is generic in nature. The example was from an Indian's perspective. Okay? Next is India has imposed anti-dumping duties on products from China, Taiwan, and Russia. So Russia, all-weather friend, but still we have imposed anti-dumping duties on them also. Now, the concept of anti-dumping duty is important. We will see the concept of anti-dumping duty in relation to, where is it? Countervailing duties. So we will try to understand both of them together. Okay. So what happens in anti-dumping? Anti-dumping means some country is there. We are again talking from the perspective of India. Let's say there is a country, of course there is a country, China. China is dumping their products in India. So we will have to take some actions. So the action that we will take is impose anti-dumping duty on them. So here we need to understand what is dumping. Dumping is when a country exports their product. So India will be importing. So India is importing Chinese product. That means China is exporting their product to India. When they export their product and sell it to India at a price that is less than the price in which they are selling in their own home country, that is known as dumping. Is that clear? So if China is selling this pen in $1 in their own country, this particular brand's pen is being sold in $1 in their own country, but in India they are dumping it at $0.1 or $0.5, which is a price lower than the price you are getting this in China. If it's a lower price, that is dumping. Okay? That's it. That is dumping, nothing else. So if the price of this pen that at which China is exporting to India is lower than the price at which it is being sold in the home country, it is known as dumping. And when dumping happens, you can impose anti-dumping duty. So if a $1 pen is being sold to India at $0.5, India can impose $0.5 as anti-dumping duty. It will be in addition to the customs duty. Custom duty is to allow your product to enter my country and be sold. That will be there. Anti-dumping duty is in addition to this, because you are selling that product cheaply in India and dumping your product in India. So I will impose anti-dumping duty. Now this can happen due to any reason. The company of China wants to capture market in India, so they are selling it for cheap for whatever reason. For any reason, it can happen. This is anti-dumping duty. Countervailing duty is what? When the other country's government provides subsidies to the company to produce goods and services, so what will happen? The goods and services will become cheap. If you are producing this pen at $10, but your country is providing you subsidy of $5, so you can sell that pen in $5 in India, because $5 anyhow you've got the subsidy. So when the subsidies are provided to the company, which will lower the cost of the product, in that case you can impose countervailing duty. Yahan tak samjha sabko? Everything is clear now. Now there is one confusion, one issue. What is the issue? If the subsidies are so high that the price goes down to a level wherein it is lesser than the price at which it is sold in the home nation, then you can impose anti-dumping duty. But even after the subsidy, the price is not lower than the price in the home country, then you impose countervailing duty. Samajh mein aaya? Is this clear? So you should know the difference between countervailing and anti-dumping. Countervailing duties means if the country is providing subsidy to their organization to make their products cheaper and that product comes to India, countervailing duty. If the company is selling the product, exporting it and selling it at a price cheaper than the price in their home country, then anti-dumping duty. Clear? Yes, it can be produced. Yes, it can be done. Yes, it is done. So China always does this. We have done that. We have imposed Chinese iron, aluminium, anti-dumping duty. So China, its allies will also influence to impose that on Indian products also, right? But since WTO is allowing us, so it is not yet acceptable. So we can still argue that so anti-dumping duty cannot randomly be imposed. Remember this. Anti-dumping duty and countervailing duty cannot be randomly imposed. You need to be 100% sure that there is these things happening. Secondly, you cannot impose to any extent. Anti-dumping duty will be only to that extent, to the extent which there is a price difference. And the countervailing duty will be only to the extent there is subsidies. So if the subsidies is 20 rupees, the countervailing duties will be 20 rupees. So a proper calculation needs to be done by the country that is imposing countervailing and anti-dumping duties, because the other country can take you to WTO settlement system. Okay? Surely. So that's about it. I think now you'll start with the next subject. Thank you guys.
Right. So we are going to discuss about current affairs related to which topic? Internal security and challenges. Right. So like if you first of all look at the news, all of you are aware about syllabus. What do you have to study? Internal security. Right. You have to talk about the major threats that India faces. For example, terrorism, okay, Naxalism. You have Northeast insurgency, okay, organized crime. Right. You have what else? This financial crimes. Right. So related to that, one news that came, I think 3 days back, is about arrest. We know that Pahalgam, we have terror attack few months back. So NIA is the National Investigation Agency. It is the lead agency that tackles all the terror related cases, okay, or incidents that we have. So NIA has arrested 2 locals for harboring LET terrorists. LET is Lashkar-e-Taiba. Okay, the 2 major organizations are there that are operating from Pakistan side and are involved in several terror attacks across India in last 20-25 years, we can say. One is Lashkar-e-Taiba, other is Muhammad. Okay, Muhammad and Lashkar-e-Taiba. These 2 are also competing with each other. Okay, because better result an organization has, more funding is given to it by supporters. Okay, Pakistan, ISI, whatever talk about. So related to that, news has come. Now we have to not have to go to the entire news. Okay, that what is name of terrorist, where were they captured from, all these things. These are not relevant for syllabus as such. We have to link it with the syllabus that we have. What is the syllabus about terrorism? Now, if you try to understand what is the core issue around this area, persistent cross-border terrorism. Cross-border terrorism means what? Terrorism is not being generated, what can I say, genesis of terrorism is not from the Indian territory. Okay, it is being funded, supported, and then by infiltration route, they are being sent by Pakistani government establishment and whatever you can say. So that is the main topic, and around that is where you have to frame your answers. Such internal security again is more relevant for mains examination. Questions are not asked in prelims examination. Such. So when you are prepared this particular topic, you prepare with the perspective of writing answer. Okay, question can be asked about, discuss the details of the terror related cases that we have seen in past in India. What are the solutions, okay, that you can think of, or what are the steps government of India has taken? What has been the overall approach, okay, of the government to tackle the terrorism related cases like that? So that is how you have to frame. So basically, if you look at terrorism, the cross-border terrorism, in what form do we see this terrorism? As India as a victim, what do we have? Violent insurgency as manifestation. How terrorism presents itself in India? One is it promotes insurgency. Insurgency means you have seen in Kashmir Valley, whenever any terrorist is killed, a lot of people are there that come in support, okay, of this terrorist. They start creating ruckus. Okay, they start this attacking Indian security forces and all that. That is because they are kind of radicalized, okay, by the establishments of Pakistan. Violent insurgency attacks on where? Security forces. Like you talk about the Pulwama attack. Okay, 40 CRPF personnel were killed because of bomb attack as such. We have targeting of civilians. The recent example of Pahalgam is the best example here, right? We have the targeting of infrastructure such as military you have military bases that were attacked in Pathankot in 2016 as such, right? So that is how terrorism manifests itself as far as India's territory is concerned. Now, if you look at the features of terrorism, what kind of feature the cross-border terrorism has? So first of all, it is a strategy adopted by Pakistan as a proxy war. What is proxy war? A war that where Pakistan is not directly involved in attacking Indian territory as such. Okay, they are using non-state actors. What are non-state actors? Terrorist groups. Okay, they are the non-state actors. So they are using them to inflict pain, okay, to India, and that is why Pakistan believes in a policy, okay, of what it has clearly stated: bleeding by 1,000 cuts. Okay, Pakistan know that it cannot win, okay, a direct confrontation with India. We have seen that in 65 war, 71 war, 1999 war. So it knows that the best approach it can take is shelter and give support to terrorist element, and then will carry out attack everywhere, and that will have economic implications, that will have security related implications, that will have society related implications. So through that they are trying to bleed India, they are trying to inflict maximum pain and damage on India. That is what we call as strategy of proxy war. Okay, you're not fighting directly, you are taking help and support of some other terrorist groups as such. Cross-border infiltration may refer to what? When illegally someone is trying to enter into the India's border. Okay, so for example, if you have fences, you will see that along the border areas many times terrorists try to cut through the fences, or they try to dig tunnels, right? And then they come out on the other side of border as well. So infiltration. Plus other nature of this cross-border terrorism is it is which kind of terrorism? Hybrid terrorism. It does not have a simple shape like or simple structure like you go, some foreign terrorist enter India, carry out attack and vanishes. Rather, they have a blend of local recruitment is there. Okay, local people is also supporting terrorist element. Foreign terrorists are there. You have overground workers. Overground workers, they live a very normal civilian life, integrated to the society in India, and they did not do anything extra, additional or something suspicious such. Only when they are given direction by the terrorist groups and elements, they began to what? Indirectly support the terrorists that might have infiltrated and entered India. For example, they can provide shelter to terrorists. Okay, they can provide vehicles so they can move. They can provide arrange opportunities for food, water, and everything like this. Okay, they can also carry reconnaissance. For example, they can go take photograph, videos, and all that, and give to terrorists to explain them that how they can plan their entire attack and all. So these people are what we refer as OGW, overground workers, right? They do not are involved in attack, but they are indirectly supporting the elements which are behind the attack as such, okay, or the terrorists who are directly carrying out attack as such. Plus online radicalization by various social media platforms you have and all that, people can be brainwashed and all that. Targeted violence is another feature. That means you carry out as much damage, as much violence as possible. And what else? How they are able to get support from the local population, how they are able to recruit these overground workers, what ideology, what methods they adopt? Radicalization and spreading of propaganda, right? So this is what we can write as a core feature. I think you have access to slides, right? So you can read by yourself. So simply we can try to understand it briefly and fast. So that is the core feature. Next, brief background we'll discuss anyway in internal security classes. What is the background? Why terrorism began in Jammu and Kashmir? What gave rise to Jammu and Kashmir militancy? Okay, so some points I have added here, but in detail class we will tackle this because it is the static part. Internal security is a perfect blend of what you can call as static, dynamic, static, current affairs. So this is history is always static, okay, and you have to add it with the current affairs as such. That is the background. Then what are the steps government of India has taken? So when you are talking about measures, let us suppose this is not only for this particular subject or this particular topic, but for everything in general. Whenever you are asked to elucidate on the measures taken by government to tackle some crisis, make sure that you mention different perspective. What is the constitutional measures? What is the constitutional measure? 2019, we know that government of India abrogated Article 370 from Kashmir, converted Jammu and Kashmir state into 2 union territories, right? What is the abrogation we have discussed about? Then how would you ensure that people do not support terrorists? You have to involve in what? Development. Why people become terrorists, or why many times people support terrorists? Because they are not happy with their life. Okay, they are not happy with the opportunities that are available to them. Okay, they are not happy with the kind of jobs they are getting. So if you create development, you will ensure that basic facilities are provided to the people. You ensure that employment is being generated, and that means youth population will not have to find some other ways, okay, of earning money and all that, right? That is the development work. Legal, you have a lot of laws, quota, UAPA, NIA investigation and all that is being done here. Then we talk about the mains specific assessment. This is a general approach you have to follow for internal security questions, okay, necessarily. Because internal security is very, what you can call as generalized kind of subject. Everyone will have certain opinion. But in examination, when you're writing option, answer, you cannot just blurt out your own opinion and say something about that randomly. You have to quote the perspective of experts. What are they saying about this? So suppose in internal security, you have 10 topics, right? For each of these 10 topic, you take a view of 4 to 5 experts. Okay, what are they saying about terrorism? What are they saying about Northeast insurgency? What are they talking about the left-wing extremism? Okay, what are they talking about cyber security and all that? And then you'll have a collection of, don't have to go to like 10 different people and then 100 different opinions. Just focus on 4 or 5 people, 1-2 opinion of each of these. 7-8 opinions will have based on the subject matter. So political perspective you can bring it, security based perspective you can bring it. Okay, for example, what is the security perspective of terrorism? It challenges security of India because who is involved here? Pakistan. Okay, what is the political perspective? Here people are supporting terrorists because many times they are not happy with the approach that government has adopted in that particular area. For example, it can be heavy militarization. Okay, it can be implementation of APSPA, that is Armed Forces Special Powers Act. That gives extraordinary power to the armed forces. They can carry out any operation as they want. Right. So that is, we can write code. Plus you can link terrorism with what? Economy. Right. If a terrorism is prospering in a particular area, obviously what will happen? Economic decline. The recent example you can take is of Pahalgam. Okay, what is the biggest setback of Pahalgam attack? Tourism. Okay, tourism was prospering in last 4 or 5 years because people were perceiving security situation to be improved in Kashmir. But that Pahalgam incident has proven it to be incorrect. Now, for at least 1-2 years, people will wait and watch. They will not book any tours as such. Okay, they will not go and risk their life. Okay, because that is the implications as such. So this point we have to write economic perspective, geopolitical perspective. It becomes challenging for India to engage with the different actors, different countries diplomatically, because we can see the American role in the Pakistan-India war. Okay, so what will happen? Now we can clearly see that Pakistan was being supported by US to some extent. Recently, we have meeting between the Pakistani general and President of US, Donald Trump as such, right? So that also create another problem, that how will India counter US, right? We have to ensure that we are allied with US. We have a lot of economic depth in our relationship. We have a lot of strategic depth in relationship, whether it is the space research cooperation, whether it is related to military cooperation and all that. So that becomes kind of challenging as such. And the reason why it matters India is again same thing is there. Points are same. In internal security, you would see there is a general trend. The topics are same, terrorism, right? Every year you have the same topic, terrorism. And there what you have? Questions that are being asked from terrorism. Now they cannot ask something very unique. Either they will ask about the problem, or they will ask about the history, or they will ask about the current challenges. They can ask about government policy, what government is doing, or maximum they can ask that suggests some more ways, what government, or way forward what government can do as such. So it is the same topic, but they are continuously repeating in every year. So they keep on framing questions in different manner as such. So example, in 2019 they asked that why the terrorism related threats is significant for India. Okay, why it matters for India. So then these points are what you have to highlight. Clear, you will talk about again national security, economic cost, human cost, international image, democratic credential, integration, right? In the general studies, whenever you're writing answer, you have to focus on being what? Or covering broader areas. All the different this what you can say field that is possible to be covered, you can do that. And you do not have to go far. You can just look at the syllabus yourself. GS 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you have? Society, economy, okay, history is there, right? You have the ethics is there. So from all this perspective, you can try to answer about these particular questions. So that is what you have. Government's approach is what? Government's approach for any security threats, you have to discuss in 2 ways. One is the threat related to, one of the states related to directly security related measure. Other is related to what? Development related measures, right? So security related measures, what do we have? Zero tolerance policy. No talks till terror stop. And the best example of this we can see in the current case, you have the Indus Water Treaty that has been put in abeyance. Also, government of India has clearly drawn a red line that anytime a cross-border terror attack happens, Pakistan would be held responsible, and government of India will have right to carry out strikes, okay, attack anywhere, any territory of Pakistan, wherever it feels that terrorist elements are being given refuge or shelter as such, right? This was not the case early, okay, that began in 2019, and then it has been followed by government. Decisive actions that has been taken, surgical strikes and all that we talk about, that we can talk about. Strengthening of security we'll discuss about. We have to discuss about a topic called as border management, okay. So what are the steps we have taken to ensure border security? There we'll discuss about all the security measures, okay. So it will be blend of both static and this. Then development front, you have to write nothing but schemes, okay. What do we have? Prime Minister Development Program, 80,000 crore rupees is granted to Kashmir for these particular topics, right? Then you have the land to land list, you have residential scheme, houses are being provided under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin, that is the rural component you have good governance model engagement, okay, with the outreach programs back to village. You are trying to integrate local people, that rather than supporting terrorist element who are not doing anything good for them, rather they are causing harm to them, they should support and what come with the government as such. So for that you cannot just expect them to come by themselves, you have to go. Government will have to show its willingness that it is ready to accommodate the grievances, the concerns and the problems that people face, and then only they can come on board and right take actions. Legal strict implementations of all these acts and laws that you have let know. Mnemonic, for example, these are some examples. Like in the last days before examination, you're not expected to read the entire 100-page notes that you might have from internal security. You need to have certain what mind maps, mnemonics and all that. So for example, if you talk about terrorism in Kashmir, you can just remember this mnemonic. K, kinetic action. A, article 370 abrogated. So basically all these points, if you revise, you would have read enough that if you just remember this point, you can write 15-20 words about that. If you remember this point, you can write 15-20 words about that. So if you have 7-8 points around that, if you write 20-30 words, it is more than 200 words, and maximum how much you have to write? 250. Okay, so the point here is not to remember the entire and memorize the entire paragraph and pages and all that. That is humanly not possible, because anyway you do not have only single subject as such. So you create such kind of mnemonics, you create such kind of mind maps, and in what I can say, in 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, entire internal security can be revised as such. Clear? So this is what we have to do. Now the question you have, I have given you, you can try to write the answer, okay, based on the understanding of the topic as such. Second question, second topic is related to news. As you can see, what do we have? Okay, so it is related to which topic? We do not have to go into detail about who was this person, what he did, what kind of crime he has committed, when or what flight he came back in. What we have to focus upon? Threats to India. What is threat to India? Circulation of fake currency notes. So we have to associate it with the fake currency. So what is the issue? Smuggling and circulation of fake Indian currency note, that again has wider ramification implications on the Indian society as such. Right? What is fake currency? Fake currency generally it is produced in Pakistan. After it is printed in Pakistan, through various borders it is brought in India. Right? What borders? Mainly you have Nepal border and Bangladesh border. Why? Because easier access you have. Plus you have air routes also. Right? As per government policy, government rules, every person, every individual legally can carry $10,000 from India or to India, right? So suppose $10,000 of currency is there, worth currency, this money is there. So they can bring by Gulf currency, Gulf countries and all that. You have Saudi Arabia, UAE and all that. You would come across news where many times they bust the smuggling racket. Okay, they are bringing gold, they are bringing drugs, they are bringing this counterfeit currency and all that. So various routes are through which they are brought in India, and then the profit that they make. Okay, for example, if suppose you have 500 rupees note, let us say to print it, the cost is 100 rupees. So if they are able to circulate this, put in the market, how much money are they getting? 400 rupees as a profit. And this profit is what is used by terror groups to fund their operations as such. Okay, terrorist elements, they procure weapons, they need to procure supply and all that. So all this is coming from this particular issue, and that is the topic. So again, what is the core features? Funding terrorism and subversion. So financing of terrorist activity. One of the major sources you have is circulation of fake Indian currency note. It has economic implications as well. Why? Because if more money is being put into the market, it will create artificial inflation, right? Facilitating black money and crime, obviously. And also what will happen if people come to know that there is 30-40% note in the market is, let us say, assume is fake. What will happen? They will not have trust, okay, that whether the money they are getting is fake or real money. So basically what will happen? It will shake the confidence of people and on the Indian rupees and the banking system as such. Clear? So this is how we can try to think about this. Brief background, again, it has been a historical problem. Two things you can write. First, already Pakistan has been using this strategy to fund its proxy war, the term that we have discussed. And second key event that occurred in this area is the government decision to carry out demonetization 2016. After that, all the older notes that you have were illegalized. So imagine that hundreds and hundreds of crores of rupees of money that Pakistanis would have printed. Okay, now they become useless. Even if they are able to bring it in India, they cannot use it anywhere, right? But again, the problem is that it is also believed that 2000 rupee note was circulated in the market after demonetization. It was found that a lot of counterfeit notes were put in the market again. So what government has done recently? Removed 2000 denomination. Now the highest denomination, what do we have is rupees 500 itself. So this is the thing we can make brief background. Response has been on all front, because the currency notes, fake currency notes are coming across the border. So first thing what you have to do is stringent regulations on the border. You have to enforce security measurements at the border. Plus, you make fake notes much more easier to detect. Okay, and also ensure that the real notes cannot be. Okay. So for that, what you do? Enhance the security features of the note and all that. That is continuously updated. Coordination group under the FICN coordination group that you have is led by agencies under, again, NIA is there. Okay, that is the lead agency. And awareness wise, what talk about RBI, banks. If you are looking at some television programs and all that, you would see that every now and then you will have RBI, okay, talking about the fake notes and all these things, how you have to identify and everything related to that. So this has been the response. Mains specific assessment, again, you can go through by yourself. This is a common theme. Again, I'm repeating it for every challenge. Make sure that when you are reading current affairs, when you are reading newspaper data, say for example, or even you have been given now slides and all that. So go through them, keep writing such kind of observations. Okay, what is the security expert saying? The significance of FICN. What is the economic expert saying, like Context Singh Ahluwalia, right? What it creates? A stress upon financial inclusion and digital payment as a long-term solution. Okay, if people began to 90% suppose transactions began digitally, what will happen? Fake currency notes, obviously, there, okay, they will this dwindle. And also, what you can talk about? IAS expert are talking about India should use what? FATF, that is Financial Action Task Force. Okay, this FATF is a organization that ensures that any country who indirectly or directly funds terrorism is put in the grey list, and if they do not improve, they can be put in the blacklist as such. Due to this, what will happen? They will not be able to get funding, okay, international funding. They will not be able to use the international financial system as such, banks and such. But the problem is that, again, Pakistan was put in grey list. Again, after a few years, it was taken out of that. But still, we can say that Pakistan still continues to fund terrorists. So the role of government of India, its diplomacy, is also to do what? To apply pressure on FATF, okay, to give proof to the FATF that Pakistan is still supporting terrorism, and that is why stringent actions should be taken against them. Okay, why it matters for India? Again, same thing we have discussed already: national security, financial stability, economic health, reputation, rule of law. Okay, that is government approach, zero tolerance policy, technological upgradation. Okay, for example, advanced security features have been added in the new currency notes. For banks, to make it easier to identify whether it is a real note or fake note or not, you have the note sorting machines, NSM. Okay, so like you can see, you have the ultraviolet lights. Okay, under this, the what you can call them, that strip is very clearly visible, right? The silver strip that you have kind of in the middle of the note. Borders, we are using more and more surveillance to make sure that smugglers are not able to enter illegally and carry the note and such. Digital payment that we have discussed, we have to promote as such. Public awareness campaign, right? In the internal security, two things you have to keep in mind. One is the problem, other is solution. If you know the problem, solution is very easy. You just have to reverse the problem. More currency in circulation, switch to digital payment system. Fake notes in circulation, you make sure that they can be easily identified, tracked, and they cannot be put further in the banking and financial system as such, right? So that is how, if you think, it becomes easier to frame answer as such. Now, prelims specific fact, what you have to remember? Primary sources, Pakistan. Key smuggling route is, I told you, Nepal border, Bangladesh border, Pakistan border obviously, and air routes via Gulf and Southeast Asia. Which agencies are involved here? These are the agencies. NIA is the main one because there is a direct link. Fake currency, terrorism. Whenever terrorism comes, which agency you have to write? National Investigation Agency, lead agency. Then you have Directorate of Revenue Intelligence that deals with the smuggling and all these related things, customs and all that. Key laws are given there. FATF, we already have discussed. Global Watchdog you have. Hawala route is also a major route, which notes are circulated, right? So that is how we can discuss. Now, focus post demonetization trend in FICN. You cannot write an answer related to fake Indian currency note without mentioning demonetization. You have to mention that that is the most significant step taken by India, and that has seen a lot of changes in the circulation of fake Indian currency note. But even today, as per the RBI report, it is believed that 2 lakh notes, okay, are in circulation in the Indian economy, which is believed to be what? Fake notes as such. Okay, so that is the other challenge and problems that we can see. Third topic is related to Strait of Hormuz. We know that due to the Iran-Israel war, there was a real possibility that Iran can what? Close the Strait of Hormuz. So IR, whenever you are preparing, make sure that you also prepare it from geography perspective, more specifically mapping perspective. Because generally, if you look at previous questions, they are continuously asking. Recently, these areas were in news. Why these areas was news or where they are located? So question can easily be asked. Location of Strait of Hormuz. Which country is around the Strait of Hormuz as such, right? That is the case. We have discussed about this. What is the issue? Critical strategic choke point is here. Iran was trying to choke it. Iran was saying that if the war continues, they will put mines here, okay, so that the ships will not be able to go through this. Now, why it is significant for India? First, from the global perspective, also if you look, 30% of the oil trade and LNG import is taking place through this particular route. And more specifically, we talk about India, 80% of LNG India import from where? Qatar. And entire 80% is coming from which region? Strait of Hormuz region. So you can understand, if there is a kind of barrier, okay, blockade, what will happen? India will have supply shock. They will not be able to get this enough supply. That means the prices will increase. If prices increase, what will it lead to? Inflation in the economy, right? So these all are what we can write here. Narrow and constrained kind of area you have. Geopolitical flashpoint it always is, because all the sides you have Sunni-led countries led by Saudi Arabia, UAE and all that, and other side you have Iran, that is a Shia dominated country. So Sunni and Shia dominated countries have been continuously fighting with each other. There is a kind of competition between regional dominancy between the players, that is supporter of Iran and supporter of Saudi Arabia and all that. So there is always a kind of vulnerability here, okay, that anytime situation worsen, especially after coming of Israel, that what will happen here. International interest is also there, because it is not only this China and India that imports oil from here, also many key players we have, as we discussed, United States, European Union, China, India, Japan, South Korea. So all of these to some extent are dependent here. Okay, historical concept is same thing. After Iranian revolution till 1979, actually if you look, Iran and Israel were what? Friends. Okay, they were allies, because till 1979 Iran was led by Shah Raja Pahlavi. Okay, and he was a staunch supporter of Americans and British as such. So Iran was basically a country that belonged in Western bloc, and Israel also was member of Western bloc. So they had good relationship. They did not have any kind of, like what I can say, threatening relationship as such. Only after the Iranian revolution, when this Ruhollah Khomeini, okay, he came into power, he began to distance the country from the Western clutches, and he also declared that Israel is their sworn enemy. Okay, they have been chanting death to America, death to Israel for last, what you can say, 30-40 years and so. So due to this, there has been a continuous downgrading of relationship or decline of relationship between the Western countries and Iran as such. And Iran has been, there has been several sanctions, very severe sanctions imposed on Iran as such. Why? Because of nuclear program. Okay, once Iran began to develop and focused upon enrichment of nuclear fuels and all that, weapons and all, they have this like this. So before earlier also we talked about, Iran has said that they will blockade Strait of Hormuz whenever there is a, what you can say, this geopolitical flashpoint that has emerged in this particular area. India, if you try to understand, they're heavily reliant on Gulf oil and gas transmitting through the Strait of Hormuz. how much percent is imports? 60 to 70%. You can understand how bad situation it will be for the India, China, Japan, South Korea. They are heavily reliant on these areas. Okay, Strait of Hormuz, and there is no other route. Right? If you look at the map, let us try to look at the map also to understand better. Okay, here you have the Strait of Hormuz. Now India is taking gas from here. Saudi Arabia, okay, oil also we talk about. Okay, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, Kuwait, Bahrain. All of these oil need to pass through where? Here. Okay. Otherwise, the other option, suppose that if UAE cannot send oil from this route, what is the other route? Entire land area you have to pass through. It is not even possible because it does not have highways, roadways. It is entire desert area as such. Okay. And you can imagine, even if it is possible, distance will be humongous. Cost definitely will increase by 60-70% as such. Right. That is why you will see the cost of oil, prices of oil began to rise as soon as Iran-Israel tension began. Okay, in the anticipation of the supplies of oil. So that is how we can understand about this. Which countries are on the both side of Strait of Hormuz? Iran and Oman. Okay, Iran and Oman. This you have Oman here ends. UAE is there. Again, this territory belongs to Oman as such. Right. That is about this. Okay. Location wise, prelims based question. What do we have? Location you can write Iran and Oman. Nearby, what you have? UAE in the southern part. Width is very narrow. That is why it is easier to control. Okay, if it was very wide channel, Iran or Iranian Navy does not have that much capability and power that they can block a very large passage as such. They can only block it because it is very narrow in width, and it's only the 2 nautical mile is roughly equivalent to 5-6 kilometers. That is the only width through which tankers can pass through. So imagine 5-6 kilometers, it is much more easier to constrict it. Okay, choke it. Oil flow we have discussed, that is a value. Key islands are given here, you have to also keep in mind. And International Maritime Security Construct, that was a special organization that was led by United States to ensure that oil flow is not disrupted through Strait of Hormuz. Clear? This is the point that you can keep in mind. Now some mnemonics are there that you can also add. This is just an example I have given. Persian Gulf, Persian kitten, right? What do we have? Question can be asked, like for example, see, UPSC know that everyone is remembering what countries are on the both side of a Strait of Hormuz. Everyone would answer Iran, Oman. What they can ask? Nearby, what do you have? Persian Gulf. So they will not ask this question. They would ask that which countries are bordering Persian Gulf. Because if you're covering this area, you have to also definitely cover this particular area, because the strait is connecting Persian Gulf and Arabian Sea. Okay, more specifically Gulf of Oman you have here, right? So which countries are there? Okay, that is the example of mnemonics. You can make mnemonics by yourself also. What do we have? I saw 3 kittens but quickly understood Oman. Okay, repeat it 5-6 times. What will happen? It will get ingrained in your mind as such. So I stand for Iraq, Iran. S is which country? Saudi Arabia. K is Kuwait. B is Bahrain. Q is Qatar. U, what is U? United Arab Emirates and Oman. Clear? Other is kind sultans by quality, unique, oily items as such. So this is something that because there is a continuous trend, UPSC is continuously asking major countries around the major water bodies. They have asked countries around Mediterranean Sea. They have asked countries around Black Sea. Okay, I think last year itself. They have asked countries around Caspian Sea. So for all the major seas, you have to make such mnemonics. It makes it easier to remember it, and then you'll be able to answer prelims based question. Okay, and if you're able to answer such question, it increases your chance exponentially. Okay, because a lot of people are not able to remember the name of countries and such, especially 6-7 countries if they are there. Now this question is given. Just try to write the answer this question into 50 words. This is simple. Okay, now you will be able to answer it, but again after 1 year, suppose if same question is asked, you might get confused. Okay, you might not be able to remember it. What is the correct answer here? What is Strait of Hormuz connecting? Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. The last topic is, this was a news item, our news article, how India added more than 3,500 kilometers to its coastline. Okay, now India, we know that it did not wage any kind of war, captured territory from some other country as such, and then added it to coastline. So how is it possible? Understood? What is happening? It's not 3 kilometers, 3,500 500 kilometers. So how is it possible that India can add such a huge length to its coastline? Change the method of measuring, measurement scale we can say. Okay, that has been changed. So this term can be asked in UPSC because such kind of terms, if it is in news, UPSC asks basic question. What is the term? Coastline paradox. How do you define it? Whenever you have the change in the measurement scale, the length of coastline also changes. That is referred as coastline paradox. Understood? Understood already? Are you able to imagine this or not? What is going on? So how measurement scale changes and it will affect coastline length? New scale measure 900 and 800 meters. So how will it change?
Will add up to.
So that is why I'm saying how it will add. If you're changing the measurement scale, even you are taking 900 kilometers, so you'll move a scale more number of times. It should remain same. Right? You have to think from the perspective of that coastline, no matter which country's coastline you're talking about. Is it a straight or irregular in shape? Irregular in shape. So let us try to understand this. Okay, if you look at this map, it will be easier. It is a map of UK, right? 3 images are given here. First, second, third, right? In which of the case you will find highest length? Third one. Why? Because here if you look, what is the length of scale? This one. Here, what is the length of scale? This one. Here, what is the length of scale? This one. Okay, like for example, imagine that you are measuring something by ruler. So if it has irregular coastline, if you have a small ruler, you can then bend it everywhere, right? Through all this twist and turn, you will be able to measure this length, this length, this length, this length and all that, right? You will be able to add it. But if you're measuring very big scale, like in this case, you cannot bend this scale to measure this entire coastline. So this will give you, let us say how much? 100 kilometers, right? If you're measuring by this scale, this is 50, this is 30, this is 20, this is 50. What will happen? 150 kilometers. If you're measuring more smaller scale, every bend, turns and all these things you will be able to measure as such. So what will happen? Obviously, length will increase. So this is exactly what has been done. So due to this, the length of India's coastline has increased as such. So how scales were changed? Now historically, if you talk about, India was using which scale? This one. Okay, that was done by Survey of India. And as per this scale, what is the length? 7,516 kilometers as such. So because of this scale changed, again we have added few more kilometers. It become what? 7,585. Again now the recent measurement is done using not, this is how much? 1:1 million. Okay, this is how much? 1:250,000. That means the scale size is reduced by 4 times. Clear that? So earlier you have this big ruler. Now you have this small ruler. So current measurement is done using this scale. Due to this, the length has now increased to 11,098 kilometers. Increase of almost how much percentage? 48%. Right. So that is what we believe in. India believes in peaceful change in the this peaceful way of changing its length. Okay, coastline. It does not want to capture territory of other country to change its area. Okay, if you want to change our area, increase our area, we just change the size of scale. Okay, that is, no one will dispute this, cause any problem because of this. So this paradox is what? That explains the difference that you see in the length as such. So that is the brief background. Now, 3 things are there. Scale dependency, same thing that we have discussed, because length varies drastically based on measurement. If someone says that I will measure 1 centimeter, okay, or I'll have 15 centimeter scales normally have. If someone says that I'll measure using this scale, the entire coastline, what will happen? Entire coastline of India, if you look, like western coast, actually the shape is like this. Okay, fractal nature it is called as. It keeps on repeating the same type of topography. Okay, now if you're measuring this by using a ruler that is suppose this big, you'll not be able to take into account this length, this length, this length, the turned length, right? But if you're measuring it using this ruler, what will happen? Longer length. If you go more deeper, will this be a smooth line or there also will be a bend? Okay, if you go and actually look, it will rocks like this, like this. If you use 15 centimeter ruler, it can be even 1 million kilometers. right? So that is not practically possible, just for understanding, getting the idea. So scale dependency is there. Fractal nature means same thing. Shape keeps on repeating itself, right? And implication is, what we can say, in the entire world there is no single correct coastline length that exists. It depends on what scale you're using it to measure it. As you change the scale, the length of coastline will automatically undergo change as such. So what purpose are you want to serve by measuring the coastline? That is dependent on that actually determines the kind of scale as such. Now also one thing we have to keep in mind, that in this particular case, the increase in coastline is because of decrease in measurement scale, but that does not mean that physical changes are not taking place. There is also physical change along the coastline, because every coast, it is always experiencing tides, ocean currents, coastal waves and all that. So because of these two processes are taking place. One is erosion. Erosion will reduce length of coastline. Other is rivers are continuously depositing sediments. So it will cause what? Accretion. That will increase length, okay, of the coastline as such. Clear? So both things are going on at the same time, plus a lot of human activities are there. If sea level rises, for example, due to global warming, what will happen to coastline? Reduce. Okay, more land will go inside the sea. So coastline or the coastal area will decrease as such. So this is what we have to understand here. Now why it matters for India? Why we are focused on having a perfect measurement or good measurement of the scale? Sorry, good measurement of coastline. Because first of all, what do we have? Along the coastal areas of India, you have huge population. As per the government data, over how many people live along the coastline? 250 million people. So if you want to formulate policy, okay, let us say government policy formulation. Okay, as per the government policy formulation, such as related to fisheries, related to tourism, related to agriculture. First thing you need to know about proper measurement and understanding of the coastline as such. Which area is where erosion will happen? That depends on the size and shape of coastline and all. So that is the thing. Second, also it is important from national security perspective, because you have a lot of naval bases, ports, strategic islands and all that, right? You have a lot of biodiversity hotspot. You have, for example, in the Odisha coast, you have the largest nesting site for the olive ridley turtles as such. You have the bird sanctuaries, right? So all this, plus coastline also are vulnerable to what? Disaster. Okay, so effect of disaster you would be able to understand properly if you are able to understand the coastline. Climate change frontline is what India is currently facing. What is SLR? Global warming is related to what, or what it is causing? Sea level rise. Okay, so we have sea level rise. So that is the thing that we talk about. Now from prelims perspective, what kind of fact you have to remember? See, always whenever you are talking preparing for current affairs, make sure that you understand the topic you are discussing or covering. Is it relevant for prelims? Is it relevant for mains? Or is it relevant for both? If it is relevant for both, you have to prepare separately. For prelims, what is the important data, important points, important facts, important concept? Separate it together, write into the notebook. Related to mains, try to think what should be the general structure of the answer. What kind of questions may be asked, right? So from prelims perspective, what kind of question may be asked from this topic? Total length of coastline may be asked, right? So that is old one. Recent one we have discussed, 11,000 kilometers. What can be asked? Which state has longest coastline? Which state has shortest coastline? Which state has longest coastline? Gujarat. Which is shortest coastline? Goa. Okay, there's no doubt about this. All the other states are very large. What are the key institutions? Earlier you have SOI, I told you. In the beginning, Survey of India Institute was there that used to measure what? Coastal length. Now the task has been delegated to which agency? Easily they can frame prelims question from here. They can give you a wrong statement that as of now, Survey of India is responsible for the measurement along the coastline. True or false? That is false statement. Now it is done by National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, located in Chennai. So from this discussion, these are the example of 4 points we can extract, keep in mind for prelims examination point of view. And obviously the term itself can be asked. Okay, what is the term that we are discussing? What's the term that we are discussing? Coastline paradox, right? So what is coastline paradox? That is what can be asked also. They ask like question like this. Recently, this particular term was seen in news. What does it refer to? 4 options are given. You have to pick the correct definition of question as such. Okay, so this is example of a question that may be asked in prelims examination. What it is? Coastline paradox refers to a phenomena where 4 options are given. What is the correct one? B. The measured length of coastline varies with the scale of measurement as such. Clear? So that is all what we have discussed in today's class. But go through, even though internal security I think is done for you or not. Subject internal security challenge, no, okay, you're still. So when we'll talk about the static part, you will be able to better relate to it. Okay, but it is again not rocket science. If you read 5-6 times, you'll understand. It is something that every Indian should know about. Okay, about what are the challenges that our country faces, what are the difficulties, okay, that the people, the border security forces who are deployed at the border, Indian military, they faces, okay, continuously, because we are sitting in our home. We do not understand what exactly is going on at the border unless until it's something big like terrorist attack or war and all that. But it does not mean that when we do not hear something, nothing is going on. Every day you have counter-insurgency operation. Every day you have counter-militancy operations and all that, right? So that is how we can prepare about this. So as we discuss more and more current affairs, you will become more comfortable, okay, because it is the repetition of same thing. Again, you will have terrorism-related news. New things will come, but again, same old things will remain applicable there as well. Yeah, so we'll talk.